Welcome back to Against the Grain. I'm so excited for you to listen to this conversation that I just had with the Life, Marriage and Family, I hope I've said that in the right order, officer, Michael Jaksic, I believe is the pronunciation. It is one of my favorite conversations we've had. We spoke about Michael's life, just got a testimony on basically his journey to the Catholic faith and then to his vocation. So I'm so excited for you to hear that. And then we also spoke into his work in the Archdiocese of Sydney, in the ministry there with Life, Marriage and Family, and also particularly Maximus Men's Ministry as well. I'm repeating myself, but I'm really, really excited for you to hear this. Enjoy the episode. I feel like you deserve a proper introduction.
Okay.
Rather than just the warm intro. I've got here, you're the Life, Marriage and Family Officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then, is that it? Or do you have another title for like the men's ministry?
No,
side?
that's the job title. So,
Okay.
And included within that job title is the men's ministry.
Oh, okay. So it's a part of, like, it's just a part of it.
Yes.
Basically. Okay.
So there's a few of us that have the same job title.
Okay.
Well, two of us, yeah, I think maybe three. I know two Life, Marriage, Family officers, and we all have kind of slightly different tasks in our portfolio.
Oh, cool.
So Life, Marriage, Family is about life, marriage, and family, and there's three streams to the marriage and family part. Is you have marriage prep, marriage enrichment, and crisis support. That's kind of the three streams. And then you have other sort of portfolios like the men's ministry and women's ministry. So I share the marriage and family portfolio with my colleague. She looks after more marriage enrichment and crisis support, and I'm kind of looking at marriage prep. That's half of my portfolio, and the other half is the men's ministry, so Maximus Men's Ministry. There's sort of the two aspects in my portfolio, and then we kind of support each other throughout everything.
Oh, how good.
And then you have women's network, Catholic Women's Network, and RCIA and TOB and things like that. So that's kind of encompasses the Life, Marriage and Family team.
Oh, beautiful. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes complete sense. All right, that's great. That's actually a great way to start. I'll give you your formal introduction before. We'll do a little intro before, and I'll give you a proper introduction because that was a great way to start the podcast.
Whatever you...
All right, beautiful. Okay, so back to the crux of the whole podcast. We're here to talk about you and your and your ministry, or your work in ministry at least. So, what I want to do, it's good to know what you like, the positions that you hold, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But I think it's important for myself because I only met you at the Purpose conference that we were just at. Heard a little bit about you, like in the conversation that we've had, but I don't actually know your story. So I'd like to get to know as well, I'm sure as the listeners would, to know who you are and how you pretty much got to this point. So were you, just to kick it off, I guess, were you raised in a Catholic household?
I was raised, in a culturally Catholic household, from Croatian background. So Croatians are typically Catholic. So I was culturally Catholic, but in my immediate family, during my childhood, my family wasn't completely practicing. We were sort of cafeteria Catholics, if you've heard that story.
Yes.
So as a little boy, I was quite pious, and even though in my immediate family we weren't practicing like my mum and my dad and my brother, my grandmother was. So my paternal grandmother had virtually been the sort of pillar of faith and witness to faith in our family. And so from a young age, she was my favorite person as a little boy, and I spent a lot of time with her before going to school when my parents were working. I'd get dropped off there, so still got a very strong bond with her. She's still alive, thank God. And her faith was something that made a deep impression on me. At stages in my childhood, right? Like any child, you go through seasons. So I had a really deep, I had a piety for our faith. And when I'd go over on school holidays, or, I'd sort of come back a little bit more pious. And then as time would go on, I'd kind of lose that piety, would go lukewarm and cold. But so Catholicism was always a big part well, at least it was a present part in my life, not always the center of my life, but it was there at least, Yeah. We had one foot in the church, one foot in the world growing up, like, a lot of people do. So that's how that was. And so, we'd go through phases in my family where we would pray, and then we wouldn't pray, and we would pray, and we wouldn't pray. And one of the sort of main, I suppose, points of being a cafeteria Catholic was sometimes there'd be something else on the menu apart from Catholicism as well. There might have been some teachings that my parents wouldn't have, agreed with or would have adhered to growing up. I'm not sure. I haven't had a conversation with my parents when we were growing up about some of the harder teachings of the church. But there was a period where my mum, sort of went to do this. She did Reiki, and she did a few of those things that would be considered sinful, according to our faith. And so that was also part of my life growing up, was this, other areas of faith, which as a child I really didn't know too much about. That's kind of
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, so it was always there. There were seeds. I was baptized. I went through all the sacraments as most, cultural Catholics would, but there wasn't. It wasn't the center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love the analogy, I suppose, that you used of, not so much analogy, but you had one foot in church and one foot in the world.
Yeah.
And that's, I haven't heard it put like that, but it's not something that can sustain. Like, you wouldn't be able to do that for very long. It works as a child. You get through this phase of just one foot in church, one foot in the world. But at a certain point, I'm sure, I don't know, again, your story, but I'm sure it would have gotten to a point where you could no longer have one foot in both. And I think everyone at some point will go through that. You either have to choose the world or the church.
Yes.
So where did you go from there?
So, because I had that Catholic upbringing, I never really had any intellectual obstacles to the faith. Not that I wasn't an intellectual, sort of kid. I hated school. And, I didn't really care much for education growing up and things like that. But to the extent that I could understand, the Catholic faith seemed to make the most sense and provide the best paradigm, if you like, and worldview, growing up. So I never questioned whether it was true or not. I believed that it was true. But I just didn't realize the significance of living all the church's teachings. It was like, well, I'll be good in all of these areas bar this one, namely in today's society to do with, sexuality and marriage and sexual morality. So that was one of those, areas sort of in life, or sort of that topic in life, which basically is where it came to a head, where, what you were just saying, you can either have one foot in the world, one foot in the church. And so as I was growing up, I thought I could just live being that Catholic that's kind of goes to Mass on Sundays and, believes it, but then I could still also exercise my freedom to basically live unchastely. And I remember growing up and having this ideal sense of what a man should be, or at least what a good Christian should be, Jesus. So this ideal self of the Christian, knowing who I ought to be in the ideal sense. But it came to a point where my actual self didn't really align anymore with my ideal self. And then that was probably in my sort of mid to late teens. So approaching 18, 19, 20. And I remember now living a life like everyone else. So I believed what the church taught, except my whole cultural situation, my friendship group, was not practicing Catholics. Everyone just kind of lived as, your general sort of atheist sort of worldview is that we're all monkeys on a rock going nowhere. Just fulfill your senses. So I kind of I just went with the flow. So I went along with the grain.
Smooth.
of culture. I went with the grain, and then I started to form habits, and bad habits, unchaste habits and unchaste ways of living and socializing. And it came to a point where I realized, and I think looking back, not that I realize that now, it was actually a grace from God to sort of see, well, if I want to be who I think I should be, namely someone who lives like Jesus, our Lord, then I need to change my lifestyle. I didn't, and it's not like I understood now the moral reasons and the theological reasons why we ought not to sin and why we should live chaste. I didn't understand. All I knew is that these things were wrong, and that if I didn't make amends in my life, or if I didn't try and change, I would end up in hell. And so it was the justice of God, the justice of reality, that sort of made me take a look at myself. That was the main reason. And it wasn't in this real daunting self. Because like growing up, we all take life for granted. I took life for granted. Like, any of us can sort of die anytime, but we don't think that way. We think we'll live forever. And so I always said, I'll be good, but those other things that are hard, I'll just be good later in life. Like I'll push it to when I'm old, and then I'll be good that way, in the area of sexuality. And I came to a point where I realized, no, I can't do this, because I'm starting to form habits that aren't going to lead me to be the person that I want to be. And so that was the main catalyst. And then I wanted to change, and I couldn't change. I tried a number of times on my own, and I was, each time I would fail, and mind you, I was still going to church at this time, but I wasn't really opening my heart to God and my mind really. It was kind of like more of routine and just kind of, externally following, going to mass on Sunday. But I think it still had some movement of that still had some movement of grace within me, And so I with those, it came to a point where I was brought to desperation. I was like, I want to change, but I can't change. And the only thing I knew what to do was to just basically apply myself a little more to the faith, to the spiritual life. So I started pleading with God to help me change. And at that time in my life, probably it would have been in my late teens, early 20s, I also started to get in involved with, as a hobby, bodybuilding, competing in bodybuilding. So I had been training weights through my basically since I was about 16. But it came to a point where I started to, take competing a little more seriously, like in bodybuilding. So I started dieting and doing things like that would sort of exercise a natural discipline, if you like. And looking back now as well, in retrospect, I see how God used that to sort of help me. So at this time, I'm in desperation. I'm also starting to sort of, occupy my mind with things that are difficult, that I have to deny myself. And I'm making frequent use of the sacrament of confession. And then after a period of time, a gradual period of time, I'd realized I'd changed. And I really, I spent so much time trying to change and failing each time, and each time just kind of losing hope and hope and hope, until I got to a point where I just was, brought to my knees, and I said to my Lord, help me, if you're asking us to live a certain way, and this is such a difficult way to live my life, why is it so hard to live the way you want us to live? I need your help, And obviously these things, like most people when they struggle with this, most men, they kind of go it alone in isolation. And in a sense I did too. But I was lucky enough to have God's grace help me in that. And so after a period I noticed of a few years, I'd changed. I'd be living chastely, or at least I had the virtue of continence. There's a bit of a distinction between the virtue of chastity and the virtue of continence. But so I was at that stage, I was able to live continence, if you like, on the way to chastity.
Can you explain what that is?
So continence is kind of like when you slam the brakes on your passions. So like, especially when, so there are two passions that very easily can kind of escalate beyond proportionate reason, or beyond sort of, a reasonable means. And that's the sex drive and anger. But in relation to the sex drive, it's kind of like when you really are overwhelmed with, emotions and sort of, sexual desire, the virtue of continence allows you to kind of slam the brakes. So you're able to sort of deny yourself. But that's not chastity. Chastity is where you have this self-mastery over yourself, and that even your desire for sexual union or sexual relationship doesn't sort of, your body doesn't, and your emotions and your mind are so in line that you only sort of activate those emotions when in the appropriate context. Oh, so within the sort of the form of marriage, as an expression of love and self-gift to your spouse, and then only in that arena, only in that context, do you allow those emotions to sort of flood you or overwhelm you. But they don't really overwhelm you in other areas, sort of in other times, sort of in life. So like, in generally speaking, so the virtue of chastity allows you to sort of live your life integratedly. There isn't this kind of, you're not overwhelmed by sexual desire that you constantly going to kind of suppress it, or sort of, you have this self-mastery over yourself, where when you're in other areas of life, that doesn't take hold of you, Only when you're within the proper context, you allow that, you can cultivate that in order to... Wow. I mean, that's a very convoluted way to explain chastity. Like,
yeah. But I haven't heard that distinction before.
Yeah.
So this whole time that I've been... every time I've prayed for chastity, I haven't actually known what I was praying for exactly. Like I haven't heard that that distinction. I think essentially what I've been praying for is, or what's that virtue called?
Continence.
Continence. Yeah. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's a great virtue, but it's not the perfection of living your sexuality.
Yes.
It's necessary, but it's, it's not, it's one of the sub-virtues of temperance, like chastity is,
Wow, okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you for saying that. That's cool.
Let's put a scenario. Say an engaged couple, they're engaged to get married. Obviously, they find each other attractive. A chaste couple, let's just say, wouldn't be overwhelmed by their sexual feelings for one another. They would be able to sort of control that and have a sense of self-mastery and peace until they get married, and then they allow that emotion, that passion to sort of flow out to be used according to right reason and its purpose.
Yeah.
So the end, which is to sort of express love and the procreation of life. A continent couple would be a couple that are overwhelmed by that emotion, and they slam the brakes, in order not to sort of fall into unchaste practices. Wow. If you like, that's kind of like a very
great
simple
example.
So now,
wow,
even someone I think that's chaste sometimes will need to practice continence. Like, I mean, in the fallen world, I don't know if, there could be people that do have, great gifts of chastity. But I think habitually speaking, but there might be always times where sometimes they, might need to practice continence as well, or exercise the virtue of continence. So in that, I was coming to a place in my life where I felt, I was continent, and the classic example, as expressed in St. Paul expresses it. He goes, when I please God, I'm not pleasing myself, and when I please myself, I'm not pleasing God almost. And he speaks of this dichotomy, and we all have that, like, that dichotomy in us. So, like, even though I was at a place in my life where I was living according to the church's moral teaching, there was still desire to sin. And I think that's always the key, right? That's always the sort of the thing that needs to be purified is the desire for goods, and for them to be used in the right way rather than in the wrong way. And so I was in a place where I had been now practicing my faith, and God had used both the natural means and supernatural means. I was able to sort of distract myself with something else, namely weight training, and also then sort of practice some level of self-discipline in restricting food and, and just eating those things that help you get in shape, if you like. And then I was also taking my faith a little bit more seriously. And I came to that point where I could change, but there was still this inner tension. Until I discovered the theology of the body. And so I remember again being brought to my knees and saying to God, help me. Like, I know I want to do the right thing, and I want to live in a way that pleases you, but I still desire to sin, And that had kind of been like my prayer for some time. And then I discovered Christopher West's commentary on the theology of the body. I think it was called Naked Without Shame. And at that time, kind of, like I had been a little bit more involved in the Catholic world, and I had met priests, and this was kind of like a thing that was sort of coming out. And it was recommended to me by a priest to listen to this CD set. And so I started to listen to Christopher West. And I couldn't comprehend a lot of what he was saying at that stage because I wasn't really theologically literate or anything like that at that stage. I was just sort of like a lay guy, that wanted to live my faith, and I had just the piety, And so I listened to the CDs a few times over and to really try and understand. And then one day, the teaching, I think I got it. And it was when he was, the main points were when he was speaking, to summarize, about human freedom, understanding human freedom as a capacity. He doesn't use those words in it, but as the Catholic understanding of freedom as the ability to do the good rather than commit evil and be free from consequence. It was that, coupled with the understanding of the teaching of original sin, that originally the way God created us was in this perfect integrated sense, which they call the original holiness, where our minds and our hearts, and our desires were one. So the way that you thought is the way that you felt, and there wasn't this tension between them. And that in the third sense, so there was this freedom, understanding of original sin, and that the sacraments and the church was given to us to help us regain freedom, to live a virtuous life. So those three main points, and one more, was shifting the way that I understood sex as essentially it being a prayer and a mirror of God's love, Christ's love for the church and the Trinity. So that gift of self, like in the Creed, where you read that there's the external exchange of love between the Father and the Son, and that is so it's life-giving, and it doesn't. From that we have the Holy Spirit. So we have the processions of the Trinity. The Father and the Son's love is so strong that from that we have the Holy Spirit. And those things, realizing where that's stamped in our own nature, in the conjugal act and in the sacrament of marriage, and that blew my mind. And in that moment, I had a shift in my heart that, having now tried to live chaste, now experienced this freedom because the desire for sin just fell away. And for the first time in my life, I felt free. Because the way that Christopher West's, the way he explained it for a lay audience was, it allowed me to grasp the truth. And the saying in Scripture said, the truth will set you free. And now having an intellectual understanding of why we ought to live chaste, it shifted my heart, and I felt like chains had dropped. And that's the expression that St. Augustine uses, when he had the experience of grace. I didn't know who St. Augustine was at that time, really, or that he even said that. But I had that experience of freedom. And so having that in my life, having Catholic roots, really returning to those roots, having something else to sort of help occupy me, and then having this intellectual formation really just is what caused the reversion in my life to live my faith. Yeah, wow. That's
powerful. Okay, there are a few things that I wanted to just pick into in those stories, just to ask more generally. So the first thing was, you mentioned, and I'm going a little bit back. You mentioned that you had, just a group of friends you surrounded yourself with people who just went about, seeking their own pleasures, right? How important is it to actually to surround yourself with people seeking virtue in life?
It's super important. It's super important because there's a saying. I was at Mass a couple of weeks ago, and Bishop Tony Percy, who was actually the rector in the seminary when I was discerning in there, sort of summarized this proverb that's been going around. And he said that most of life is made up by the company we keep. Most of life is made up by the company we keep. And so we need people that are like-minded, that are aspiring to the same goods as we do, to help us aspire to those goods as well, because we're not islands. We can't do things alone. The whole point of our faith, the whole point of the church is to journey together, is to aspire to these goods, as a community, in relationship. And so it's holiness is not an individual pursuit. And I think sometimes it's easy for people, men and women that are serious about the spiritual life, to seek, virtue and holiness as an exercise of self-excellence that is somewhat removed from relationships, or removed from relationship. But you can't really do that, because then it becomes kind of just, it can become narcissistic in itself. Like, it's just about self-perfection, and you can grow in spiritual pride, or pride in one extreme, or in the other extreme. If you don't have support, you might not be able to progress in the spiritual life. Hence we have, scripture, tradition, the church, the sacraments, parish church, lively faith. All of this is necessary to sort of aspire to holiness. Holiness by definition means perfection in charity, and charity always requires an object. You're charitable towards someone, and so God is a community of persons, and everything that our Lord does as well is always oriented towards the Father. And it's the same with us. If we're aspiring to some excellence or holiness, it's always for the love of another, not just for our own glorification. And it's very easy to sort of get in that, to fall in that camp, or not. I suppose maybe the way that you're asking it is in the reverse, more in deficiency of that. But then I think even still the same. So like as in the case of deficiency, you really need community to help lift you up, to sort of to guide you, to inspire you, to we can't kind of do it on our own. Like you get stale, you can fall into despair. And you really need accountability. You need that accountability. I think these are the sorts of things that community and having like-minded people around you requires. I was just a couple of weeks ago, I was at a parish, and I gave a talk on the importance of relationships for men, but I think it applies in general to both men and women. But I spoke about Aristotle's 3 figures in a man's life that he needs to develop, and I think it's the same in the spiritual life. Is you need a father figure, or like a mentor, to help guide you. You need intimates, or like friends, in which you aspire to virtue with, and you need a community in which that's happening. So like peers. And all those three things are kind of required for a young man to develop into a virtuous person. And it would be the same for both men and women in the case, but you need like-minded people around you, and those figures in your life in order to reach, to fulfill your vocation and to reach the heights of sanctity that God calls us to.
Wow. That's beautifully said. When you start to get into your faith, then do you sort of not I guess like kick them to the curb, but like you start to lose, like for example, this might be easier just to clarify what I'm saying is when I started to get into the faith, I was 13. And I was following my brothers to St. Felix, to the youth group there. That was just starting to really kick off. And I was the youngest, so 13 years old, and I was around people who were, like early 20s. And that was massive for me, because then if I was hanging around with these people, then I was learning to really mature, and then I was seeing virtue in all that, like the virtuous lives that these people were living. And they obviously weren't perfect, but I was really attracted to to their virtues, you know? So then I would really strive to be like them. There was something that I saw that was attractive, and I wanted to be like that. And so, that happened as I was growing up. And then I got to a certain age where, we got to a point where a lot of them, some of them became priests, some of them got married, things like that. And they move on, and so like we stay in contact, but you're not around them as much. And so then I ended up becoming more of like the senior sort of figure, and then you try and, welcome in new people. And then I started to form friendships with people my own age, or around my age. But then the struggle I found was, and this isn't just at church, I mean, I was forming friendships at church and outside as well, work, school, things like that. And the struggle was that I started to kind of like flatline almost, and I found that I wasn't actually trying to grow anymore, I found that I wasn't trying to grow. So then I thought, okay, there was a point where I thought, okay, I need to grow. And so I would try that. And then in trying to grow, it was almost like when it got back to this, to the sort of friendship group, then I would need to drop back. And then I'd try and start growing again. And then, I'd drop back. So it was almost like, I remember speaking to Father Ben about, it was a particular case, like a particular thing that happened. But he said something to me that was it was on that specific case, but it was also on a much more broad sense that really stuck with me, which is, he said, if you're moving forward with your life and the people around you are refusing to move forward with you, then you need to just leave them there. And because they're just going to drag you back, keep dragging you back. And he said, you just need to keep moving forward. And if they're not going to keep up with you, that's not on you, Yeah. And that really, it just struck me. And I was like, okay, I need to do that. I need to move forward. And so in that, I had to leave, almost leave some people behind. Still have a relationship with them, but it's not as close as it used to be. And then I started to seek with Sarah. We started to seek like just friends that were striving for the same things that we were, so that we could grow together, or people that were already, at a certain point. And we did that in our own unique way by starting an OzTag team with people we didn't really know well, but we knew were good, like we could see were good people. And so we were asking around, all these people that we weren't overly familiar with to just come and play OzTag with us. And we've grown in friendship with a lot of them, but, particularly close with a few of them. And they really do just help you grow. And it just a side note is it really helped in understanding that people grow differently. They're raised differently. They have different sort of, like customs and things like that, like cultural customs and all that stuff that I wasn't particularly used to. But you learn to grow in that, and to see that despite these like little minor differences, we're both striving for holiness, right? Sorry, that's a long-winded kind of story. Just to kind of ask the question is, in you moving forward,
yes,
did you find that you just kind of had to leave people behind?
Yes, yeah. I think that just naturally happened as a consequences of the choices that I made in life. And I was lucky enough to have a group of friends, and that, I mean, I'm with some of that friendship group I'm still in touch with. with some members, not with others. But even they themselves aren't as close as they were, because it was a group of us, like a group of guys, and girls. They're not also as close as each other because of just the commitments of life. You get married, and that already changes the dynamics of your relationship. So for me, that naturally happened as a result of me, coming into, it was for two reasons. So because I was more involved in my training and stuff like that, that naturally took me away from, socializing, going out, clubbing and doing all of those types of things, just because I was focusing on this thing. And then I was alternatively just kind of seeking the goods of our faith and trying to learn more and pray more and things like that. And that just naturally sort of led to me sort of, meeting new people, forming friendships with those people, and so on and so forth. But it was a very organic thing, and I was lucky to have a group of friends that weren't needy. They weren't sort of possessive or needy. They weren't, some people can get that way. It's kind of like, well, what, don't you want to hang out with us anymore? Are you better than us, or so on and so forth? But that wasn't, they weren't like that. Because, even in that friendship group, I had sort of, there was an aspect of, once I had this conversion, once I had this understanding of theology of the body, that kind of sent me on a bit of a evangelization rampage, at least to sort of the immediate context in which I found myself in. So like, with people at work, with friends and things like that. At some point I would kind of, mention these things, and sort of, and bring it up with them, but not in a sort of, condescending way, but just like, this is what I think, life is about. These are the reasons for these things, and we should stop doing this, as a result, And some of, none of them really sort of really disagreed with what I said. They obviously did, but they respected what I said, despite, not being, not all of them were Catholic anyway, so I wouldn't have expected them to really understand the Christian worldview in that way. Yeah. So, but they understood somewhat, and that kind of just naturally, because I left to join seminary at some point, which you might ask me about, I don't know, later. Yes, yeah. So that kind of naturally led me into a community of like-minded people, and even in the process of discerning that as well. So there was just this natural breakaway, or like a shift of focus, which just took me away from, my friendship group that was non-Catholic. Yeah.
A couple more things that I wanted to poke into your story before we kind of get more into it, if that's okay. Sure. The first was, you mentioned the bodybuilding. Yeah. And firstly, that's pretty cool. Did you ever compete? I did. I did a couple of comps, and I spent those years really focusing on preparing for that. So they were natural competitions, so it takes longer to prepare to do those things. But yeah, I did a couple of comps. I didn't do very well. I didn't place, but it was a good experience, And ultimately, it's its own reward in the sense as you sort of get to see a transformation of yourself. That that's cool. That you've transformed from this to this, so you're able to get into shape from here to there, and it's like there's an accomplishment in that. Of course, it stings that you don't win, but nonetheless, it's all that's part what the competition's too. About. Yeah, but that's so good. Yeah. I wanted to ask in that, so you kind of touched on it already, but I guess it's kind of getting back to this idea of having one foot in the church, one foot in the world. Is a lot of the time we can think that we can fall into, I'm this person at church, but then everything else is separate. So I can just go about my life, in that regard. And so I can try and be virtuous when I'm at church, but in other areas of life, it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
How important was the discipline that you spoke about of training and preparing for your bodybuilding competitions? How important was that in playing a role in the discipline that kind of brought you back to the faith?
Yeah. It was important in that it taught me to be goal-oriented in a natural sense. And, there's that saying in Catholic sort of teaching, grace builds on nature, So like the way that we go about obtaining natural goods sets a foundation for how we go about building spiritual goods as well. And so having this sense of, being goal-oriented, having a sense of what you want to go after, and then making the choices, intentionally that you need to make in order to reach that end. So that was the first thing. So it was important. It taught me to be goal-oriented in a more intentional sense, not sort of in an unconscious sense. How I kind of had been that way previously. So like just in sort of training weights and wanting to put on size, there's a goal to put on size, but it's kind of like, it's more arbitrary and broad, and there isn't as much sort of intentional sort of steps and decisions that you need to make in order to do that. So when, because like if you want to put on size, you can, well, you shouldn't, but like it doesn't matter if you have a Macca's meal. Like, you know what I mean? As long as you eat all your other meals, but if you want something extra, or you can do that, for example, and it doesn't really matter. Like you can still attain to that goal, but still be less restrictive and less, focused on one thing. Where when it changed to sort of be, a bit more, I took it more seriously. I had to make more intentional steps. So like I couldn't have that Big Mac meal, for example. As in to reach that sort of the body composition that you need.
Yep.
So and then you eventually not only have to not have McDonald's, but you have to sort of eat less. You'd be hungry. You got to exercise more when you're feeling tired, and so on and so forth. Naturally, as you're in a calorie deficiency, you naturally don't have as much energy. Yet you're exercising more. So it allowed me to be intentional, not only then intentional, but then also to deny myself. And there's when you do deny yourself, especially food, it becomes not just a physical sort of a challenge, but it becomes like a mental challenge too. And you start to ask yourself questions, and it's a roller coaster. Is this working? I don't know if it's working. Should I quit? Should I not quit? And you don't know the answers always to these things, but you kind of still have to stick to the decision, right? And you need to keep going. So it teaches you that perseverance, to keep going. So there's intentionality, the discipline that leads to perseverance, and then also looking at it, it is superficial in a sense, but like the whole point of even competitive bodybuilding is to structure your training in a way that you improve your weaknesses, but like it takes humility to recognize your weaknesses, and then you basically work on them, and sometimes it's not you that will point them out, other people will point them out, and it stings, but you have to accept it, right? If you want to be the best, you want to win, you need to basically hear the things you don't want to hear. So it also allowed me to sort of learn to accept things that I didn't necessarily like, and to actually face them, Head on, that's the word.
Yeah.
To face them head on rather than just kind of pretend they don't exist, So those are a few of the ways in which that helped me. I think the humility part is especially important. That will go for any sport, receiving critical feedback or constructive criticism is always a hard thing, but you ultimately know it's for the good, and that's important for the spiritual life, because the foundation of the spiritual life is humility. It's like if you have a building, right? In the spiritual life analogy is the building is charity, right? But charity is built upon something. It's not, it's built on humility. So humility is to the spiritual life what a foundation is to a building. Charity being the building which you're building, but it needs to rest on humility. And the more sure foundation you have, the better building you'll have. And so it's the same in the spiritual life. The more humility you have, the greater charity you can have, because you understand your place, in reality, and who you are in truth. Some people will say they'll define humility as truth, and which is a very apt explanation of it. It's just knowing who you are through and through, your strengths and your weaknesses. If does that answer the question? I don't know. It 100%. Seems sometimes a bit. Maybe I'm going around in circles, but
no, that was awesome. Yeah. I'm actually learning a lot already. You've mentioned so many things that either I haven't heard them said that way, or I haven't heard at all. Right. So it's awesome. Thank you. There's, up until this point of your story at least, there's something that really resonates with me personally, which is that you hear a lot of the time stories that, I suppose not a lot of the time, but you hear of stories that people have this massive moment of conversion, and it's like almost like a rocket ship to holiness from there. It's all the way up. And in my life, I've experienced what it sounds like you did in your conversion, which is a much more gradual progression rather than just straight up. Like something happens and they're on their way. Mine was very much like yours, of just, it was a real struggle. It was like, I know that I want holiness. I want this relationship with God, but there's this in the way, and it's constantly there. And sorry, excuse me. Wow. And I think for me at least, it's more powerful to hear how you went about that, because I experienced the same thing. Yeah. And still do. Like there are still things where I'm like, it's this one thing, and then you get over one thing, and then you go, oh wait, there's another thing, and it's that sort of gradual thing. What advice would you give to someone like me who's going through that? That to just keep pushing through. It's like, because there's a real temptation there where you mentioned it earlier as well. It's like, if you want me here, why are you making it so hard for me to get there? So what advice would you give someone?
I mean, it would all, advice would depend on the person's circumstances. Yeah. But in general, it's just, perseverance in what you're doing, and constantly reminding yourself of what you want to aspire to, so that and not just in many ways, like you want to renew your commitment almost, renew your efforts, and that might mean going over again, something that might have struck you initially, or sitting with it in prayer and sort of going over why initially you want to do this. Some people whatever, journal. Like I'm not much of a journaler, but that works for a lot of people. Like going over, reading a journal, or rewriting again, what you want to aspire to, and then also making sure all of those, the support structures are in place, like friendships, your prayer life is in check, all the basics and things like that, or like for whatever it might be, so stick to the routine that you've set to get to where you want to go, whether it's something that you've kind of developed that over time with advice, with a spiritual director or with a coach or whatever, with these things. Renew your reasons for doing that as well in the process, and surround yourself again with others that are also aspiring to that, and to sort of hear their story, ask them how they're going. Not the right word, but sort of speak to someone and tell them how you feel you're going. You might need affirmation, you might need encouragement, you might need correction, whatever it might be, and you just kind of continue with that. So you kind of renew it. And so it's when, like a lot of the time when people kind of have problems praying, for example, one of the remedies for that is just to spend more time in prayer or be more intentional of prayer, one of the St. Francis's, de Sales or Xavier, I always get confused which one said this, but in terms of prayer, he kind of said that, everyone should pray half an hour a day. And for those who have no time, should pray 1 hour a day or something like that. That's a paraphrase. But I think that those are the types of things that we need to do. And we need to kind of do that holistically, like we need to do it with the way that we live, like with our behavior, with our actions. We need to do it with the way that we think, and in the wider context, how where that's situated in the wider context of things, like within a community and things like that. We always kind of got to go back to that, because ultimately, especially the way that we think, the way that we act, those things tend to influence, our lives, the way that we think, and what motivates us and things like that. It's all very important. So that's what I would say. So, sort of pray for the virtue of perseverance. Ask God to show you any obstacles that might be in your way, to ask Him to help you remove it, and then renew your purposes, your intentions as to why you want to do something. And that's natural. Whether it's a sports goal, or whether it's the interior life, I think you can approach it in the same way. Use the same strategies, if you like.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you're at a point. You've had your conversion.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher West has really helped inspire.
Yep.
Inspire you with in your striving for charity. I mean chastity and charity.
That's right.
And you've gotten over that hurdle and things like that, or working towards it. How does that then? I mean, do you go from this point? You're really like living your faith and things like that. Is that like, how do you go from there then, discerning into the seminary? If you don't mind going into that.
Okay. So, I had never thought that I would do something like join the seminary for a few reasons. The first is I'd never considered myself the type to have the capacities to be a priest. One, the intellectual capacities at that time. Like I didn't think I was intelligent enough, or educated enough rather, to pursue something like the priesthood. I didn't think I had the charism to do something like that. I really struggled growing up, well, not just growing up, as an adult, with things like public speaking or being sort of in the spotlight and things like that. So I was more shy and more sort of reserved. I never liked attention being put on me. I still don't like that, to be honest. It's not my natural disposition. And I didn't, so there was the sort of education, there was the just the sort of natural character, I think. And then there was also, well, my history, like of not thinking, not being able to have the virtue to do it, not having the capacity in terms of, morally speaking, not having the virtue, not having the virtue to do it. So those three things. So it wasn't something that ever was in my mind, and I never really desired something like that. I always desired marriage growing up, and doing other things. So they were at the time of my sort of reversion, or this part of my faith. So like you said, like there was this kind of gradual improvement in the spiritual life, but then there was that one moment, that touchstone moment with discovering theology of the body, which kind of infused me with grace, injected it in me, and that kind of led to like a little boom, sort of like a spike.
Yeah.
And in that spike, being put up to sort of like, I would consider myself like a different level, it naturally just came out of the conversations then I was having. Like I would be, trying to tell friends. Like I said, I went on this kind of evangelization rampage, and at the time I was working for Lynn Fox, and driving a van and delivering goods, and the goods were cigarettes. So I was delivering cigarettes, but because cigarettes are sort of worth a lot of money, we also had a security guard with us. I actually was the security guard at one point, but I got a job as a driver. And I was driving, and I had a security guard with me, and I was speaking to this guy. He wasn't a Catholic man. He was a Christian guy, but wasn't really practicing Christian. And I was explaining to him this whole theology of the body, and whether he understood it or not, I don't know. But he said to me, well, to back up a little bit. So once you're in the Catholic world and you're a young man and you're trying to live your faith, it comes up. People will say to you, oh, maybe you should be a priest, and I think it's good for people to sort of bring that up, because it's not brought up enough, for people to consider. So there was that, but I would, for those three reasons that I, mentioned before, I never really considered it seriously. But until this conversation I had with this colleague of mine, he said to me, I think you should be a priest, because I'm telling him about all of this theology of the body and the sacraments and prayer, and he's like, I think you should be a priest. He said it to me 3 times, and the first time I said to him, no, I mean, I want to get married. That's what I want to do. And he said it to me again. He goes, no, I think you should be a priest. I said, no, I want to get married. And then the third time, so at this point we were outside of the truck, and I was offloading stuff, and he said it to me the third time, I think you should be a priest. And on this third time, something hit me, boom. And I had this huge wave of fear go right over me. And I asked myself the question, oh no, what if God is calling me to be a priest, or to discern a vocation to the priesthood? And I thought about it logically in that moment. I thought, okay, so most of the people that I know in my life, especially young men and my friendship circle, most of them don't have the capacity to, or even faith, to live a priestly life. And now I had come to a point in my faith where I had been living chaste, and I had a desire to be a faithful Catholic. And I thought, oh no, if there is anyone within my context that God is calling to be a priest, it could be me. Wow. And so that scared me, and it was a new thought and a new idea that just hit me. But in that moment, I walked away sad, like the rich young man. You know the story of the rich young man?
Yep.
And it had kind of been like that whole that time in my life, that whole journey was like I was asking God, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And he said to me, live the commandments. And so most of that period of my life was learning to live the commandments, learning to live it faithfully as the church lays out for us and as scripture, succinctly describes to us. But now it was like I was coming to a point in my spiritual life where I was asking God, what must I do to be perfect almost? Now, I wasn't saying that, but it was like Christ saying to me, if you want to be perfect, sell everything you have and come and follow me. And I walked away sad because I had my own ambitions in my life. So I wasn't rich materially speaking, but I was rich in spirit because I had things that I wanted to accomplish in my life, And I suppose I had been living my life at that point where I was trying to, how can I describe this now? To please myself without displeasing God. Wow. And it was like a moment of God asking me to make a sacrifice, which I didn't want to make. And so I walked away from that encounter sad and very anxious. And so, because it was a real thing now, it was like God could be calling me to do this. I wasn't in a place where I could rule it out. And so there was that idea of what was holding me back at that stage was I didn't want to give up the things I wanted to pursue in life, namely bodybuilding.
So you're still doing it at this time?
I was still training and exercising, and I wanted to pursue this.
Wow, okay.
So this was happening contemporaneously, so they were happening at the same time.
Yep.
But it was coming to a point where I could see the more selfish side of pursuing bodybuilding, because there's a lot of me time, there's a lot of focus on me. As much as it gave me, allowed me the opportunity to grow in virtue, there was this time now where God wanted me to sort of be purified even more. And part of that purification was not living for my own will, but for living for God's will, whatever that might be. So that was the first thing, not giving that. And then there was also those fears that I had, because I left school in year 10. I always said to myself, I'd rather dig graves for the rest of my life. I always, I was petrified of public speaking. That itself is kind of like a bit of a miracle. I remember, when you go to adoration or you go to church and you might say, you might lead a decade of the rosary, for example. I used to get so nervous that I couldn't even say a decade of or even one Hail Mary. I remember being at church one time and being asked to say a decade of the rosary. And I was so overcome by nerves that I forgot the Hail Mary. And my brother was next to me and he basically whispered it to me. And then, I sort of recited basically what he said to me. And so those things, I didn't have a confidence. And so I was very, sort of anxious and afraid about, doing something. And because of the fear of failure, and having to sort of feel the pain of self-denial, and because ultimately I thought, you think this, it's not true, but you think this, I'm not going to be happy unless I do what I want to do. Yeah. And that was the thoughts going through my mind. Despite that, this thing was nagging at me, and all of the reasons at that stage why I was saying no were not good reasons. They weren't positive reasons. They were negative reasons. I don't think I can do it. I want to do what I want to do, and so there was that fear and all of this and I couldn't make a decision based on that. So then, as my past experience, my recent past experience has taught me, I needed to face that face on. So I prayed to God. I said, look, God, I don't know if this is what you want me to do or discern, but if it is, help me do this, you know. And not long after that, something very unique happened, very interesting happened. So after about a month or so of this initial fear, you know, I was at Mass one day, and the priest was saying the words of consecration. And as he was saying this, there was this subtle desire in my heart that just somehow sort of was cultivated. And it was like honey dripping from my mouth. And there was this sense of, I could say those, I could do what that priest is doing. Like there was a subtle desire growing. And that just confused me all the more, you know?
Yeah.
And so I was full of fear, slightly subsided, you know, apprehensive still. And now I'm getting this desire to, I could say something like the Mass. I could do that, you know? And so I started speaking to some priest friends some priests in my life, you know, and friends that I knew. And so I went to stay 2 weeks at in Perth with the priest that I had met here in Sydney, and he had moved back to Perth. He was originally from the Perth diocese, and he ended up going back there. And I called him and I asked him, look, you know, this is, you know, I kind of feel like maybe this is what God wants me to do. And so I went to go and see him and stay with him for a few weeks. But at the same time, I also went to speak to the Franciscans, the Capuchins in Leichhardt. At the time, Theology, have you heard of Theology on Tap?
Yes.
So at that time, that was kind of, you know, gaining a lot of traction, and I was going to those talks in Parramatta, and I saw one of the friars once there, and I mustered up the courage. I went up to him and I said, look, I'm thinking of maybe being a priest. Can I speak to someone? And he gave me the details of the vocations director, and coming from a Croatian background, a lot of the Croatian priests were Franciscans. A lot of them were Franciscans. So, and I knew a general sense of about Saint Francis, you know, and I was really struck by his, you know, embracing poverty and his humility, and I was very, you know, so I admired those things in the Franciscans, and also because it was a religious community, I had in my mind that was kind of not quite in the spotlight, like diocesan priests and things like that. So I thought, and their focus wasn't one on study and academia and things like that. So I thought I'd be a little bit more suited towards joining the Franciscans, given their charism and the way they go about their formation and things like that. So I spoke to the vocations director at that time, and during that time, there were things that started to stir in my heart as to reasons why God might calling me to be a priest. And I went to see the vocations director at that time, which was Father Lam, and a Vietnamese priest. I'm not sure whether it's at Leichhardt at the moment. It could be in Melbourne or somewhere else. Anyway, I went to see him, and I said, he asked you, you know, why do you want to be a priest? And I started to feel this desire in my heart to do penance for sins, you know, my sins and for the sins of people around me. So there was this desire that was growing to want to make amends of the things that I had done in the past, and to do them, you know, in the priestly state. And he said to me that that's not very common, that is rare, but that can be a calling. And so that was a sense of confirmation for me that, okay, I'm not crazy. And during that time, more started to stir in my heart. So the other aspect that what started to stir in my heart was to be like a mentor, and to be a witness to Theology of the Body and the teachings of what JP2 laid down in Theology of the Body, as marriage being a sign of God's love in the world. But there was this keen desire to do it as a celibate, not as a married man, but as a celibate, precisely because it shows that marriage is a sign, but it's not the ultimate end. That we're all in a sense destined to be espoused to God, and the celibate state is a more perfect example of that, because you're living eternity now in that state, And so there was that desire at that time, I wouldn't have been able to articulate it like I am now, but now I can articulate it. And then the third was also to be a priest to priests, or to sort of be, because the priests sometimes don't have the same privilege of receiving the support as we have from priests. And I had this keen sense to kind of be a support to priests anyway. So those were the things in my heart, and I went to Perth as well, and I was there with a priest friend, and he didn't say anything to me. He didn't give me any advice or anything. I just basically shadowed him for a couple of weeks, and I had a lot of downtime, a lot of time to pray. And at that time, actually, Father Don Calloway was doing a tour in Perth. So it was a great time to sort of be encouraged in the faith in general. And he was giving his testimony and going around. And I was meeting other Perth Catholics that were also growing in their faith and things like that. And anyway, I was doing that and had a lot of downtime. So I sat down during downtime. I said, well, look, if this is something I'm going to take seriously, I'm going to have to learn to study and read. And so at this stage, I had never read a book in my life. Like I read a book once when I was in primary school, because I had struggled with oral reading, and my parents made me sit down and read a book, at the advice of the teachers. And I did that. And after I did that, I never picked up a book again, because I just really didn't want to read. Yeah. Anyway, this was now an opportunity for me to say, well, this is something that I have to do. So I sat down and I was reading this little book that was called Spiritual Motherhood for Priests. And I was reading, stories. There were kind of testimonies of people who had sort of become priests and the support that they had, from the prayers of others and things like that. And I was reading quite absent-mindedly, and my capacity to read wasn't really developed. So I couldn't really read and retain that information and reflect on it very deeply and things like that. The only place where I kind of felt like to that point that I had received some insight was either listening to audio or just things that would come to me in prayer, sitting in front of the cross and things like that. So I'm sitting here and I'm reading this book, and I'm reading this one story absent-mindedly, and there's this one scriptural phrase that jumped out at me. And when I read it, the reason why it jumped out at me is it was because it wasn't like I read it, but it was like someone spoke it to me from inside me. And the scripture verse read, "The harvest is rich, but the laborers are few. Ask the Lord of the harvest to send laborers to his harvest." And because it was like someone spoke it out from in me, it really struck me, and I really felt the weight that, someone needs to do this. God could be calling me to do this. But then again, I sank in that place of fear, of lack of confidence, of having to give up things and things like that. And I sat in that. I had to sit with it, and I had to bring it to God, and again just say to God, if this is what you want from me, help me do it. Help me make the decisions you want me to make. And anyway, 2 weeks passed, and I was in Perth, and by the end of it, having listened to Father Don Calloway and some of his testimony, I had some sense of consolation and inspiration to sort of go back and do this a little bit more, to keep discerning. So I went back and I started to get more involved in sort of church things, and namely with the Franciscans. And so Father Lum at the time was kind of like, helping me discern. And at this same time now, in his first year in the seminary, I had a friend who was an acquaintance who had been in the seminary for a year, or in his first year, and it's now Father Louis Barakat. And so he was in the seminary at this stage. He had joined the seminary, and I just found out that he had joined. And that, in one sense, also dissipated some of the fear, because it made it real. And someone that I'd known had been pursuing it. It's like, well, if he's pursuing it, there's no reason why I can't try and pursue it too. And so I was getting more involved, and, I had conversations with Father Louis about this type of thing. And he mentioned to me, the seminary is having a discernment weekend at the Good Shepherd. You should come. So I said, you know what? Yeah, I'll ask Father Lum. So I went and I asked Father Lum, and I said, Father, there's a discernment weekend at the seminary. Should I go to that? He goes, yeah, go. It'll be good for you. So I went to the discernment weekend, and at the start of the discernment weekend, I wasn't in a rush or anything to make a decision. I was there. I just wanted to, explore this a little bit more. And, they had guys at different stages, of discerning. Anyway, so we went through the weekend. You have talks and things like that. At that time, Father Michael de Stoop was the vocations director, and there was this then. You have time to reflect and to pray. I was in the chapel, and they had this beautiful cross that was sculpted in the chapel, and I was praying there, and this was another moment of grace where the crucifix came alive to me. I could see Christ on the cross, not literally, but sort of interiorly it came alive, and I could see in my mind's eye this man on the cross fidgeting in so much pain and suffering. And this man is no man, ordinary man. This man is God. And he came down and he walked this earth. He gave up his divine glory to come, to walk this earth, to live a normal human life. And not only do that, but then to accept a death as horrific as crucifixion with all its pain. And in that moment, I had this keen awareness sort of come to me that had I been the only sinner in the world that was in need of redemption, God would become incarnate, live a human life, and go through that death with excruciating pain just for me. And I was overwhelmed in that moment by the love of God, the amount of what, sort of how much God gave up for us, and how much he gave up for me, to walk this earth. And I was so overcome by that love that he had for me that I couldn't justify my own ambition, which was I wanted to pursue sort of like bodybuilding a bit more. I wanted to achieve my goals there and continue. And I'm like, if God could give up his divinity and walk this earth and do what he did, who am I not to give up my own selfish ambition? And in that moment too, so I was overwhelmed. That love, the divine love, just captivated me. And I knew in that moment that I could be umming and ahhing for forever as to whether this is something God could be calling me to do. The only way I'm really going to know is if I do it. So I resolved in that moment to apply to somewhere, right? So now I was left in this dilemma. I was there at the Good Shepherd as to where I would apply, whether it would be with the Franciscans or whether it be in the diocesan seminary. And again, when I sort of reflected in that moment, what was going through my mind was Now, part of the reason why I chose the Franciscans, as much as I loved St. Francis, a big part of that was a fear of being in the public eye. And I didn't want that to sort of be a motive for me making a decision going to the Franciscans. And at the same time, I felt really at home in the diocesan seminary there. I just really felt like I fit there. So I said to myself, okay, so I had in the back of my mind already the intakes for these things. So the intake, this was in July, I think 2009 maybe. And I knew that intake for the diocesan seminary was in February in 2010. And I had already missed the sort of application process for the Franciscans, whose intake it was in October 2009. So I was already, I wasn't, there wasn't enough time for me to apply there, but there was enough time for me to apply in the diocesan seminary. And so I said to God in prayer, okay, I don't know where you want me to go or where you want me to apply, but what I'll do is I'll apply here first, given that the intake is in February. And then if I don't get accepted here, I know then I should apply for the Franciscans later in that year. And so I was on my knees and I said, God, you know me, you know my story, you know my capacities. I can't do this. But if this is something truly you want me to do, you have to do it for me. And I got up off my knees. I went to the director, knowing that if I went away and went back to life, this would just, I would ignore this and it'd slip in the back and I'd get on to sort of the hum and drum of ordinary life. And again, I'd be, umming and ahhing. So I got up and I said, I've got to do this now. There's no other time. I have to do it now. Got up and I told Father Michael de Stoop, I want to apply for the seminary. So I got up off my knees and I started the application process. I went to Father Lum and I told him, he's like, oh no, don't do that. You might not, maybe you won't be able to sort of go through with that if you don't have the sort of, the sort of intellectual capacity or the charisma or the character and things like that, But I knew inside myself that, yes, there were those obstacles to, either study or, like being able to sort of speak publicly. But I knew that I could work on those things. I knew I had a confidence in myself that if this is what God wanted me to do, I could apply myself and I could do those things, with the help of God's grace. So I didn't really take on board. I continued with the application for the diocesan seminary. So I went through the application and I remember going for my interview and because of my story, I didn't know whether I would be accepted. And I mentioned this to Father Michael de Stoop and he said, you shouldn't have that concern, And so I came, I wrote my testimony and that went, the Cardinal had to read that. At the time, Cardinal Pell was the Archbishop of Sydney. And I sat in I came to his office, for my interview, for the final interview for the application process where, you get told whether you get accepted or not accepted. And I walked in and the first thing the Cardinal said to me, this is, what is he, 6'5", 6'6", I'm 5'11", And he goes to me and he knows of my bodybuilding background. He goes to me, I thought you'd be bigger. That was the first thing he said to me as I walked in, And I'm like, what could I say to that, Kind of broken the ice a little bit anyway. So we sat down and I sat sort of, and he said to me, we won't let you hang on the edge of your seat now. I'll tell you right now, we'll give you a go, I don't remember much else of the interview. He might have asked me why, I wanted to be a priest. And all I remember saying to him is, I think I have the discipline and the willpower to pursue something like this. And I was taken off guard by his comments already, so I couldn't really sort of answer his questions, And he said, look, it'll take more than willpower to do that, Obviously, that's right, the grace of God and a whole other things. But he accepted me, and I had found out that that year 20 people applied, and only 7 out of the 20 were accepted, and I was one of the 7. So I took that as well, this is where God has opened this door, and I'm walking through it. So I accepted, and then I tied up all my loose ends with work and everything, and in 2010 I joined the seminary, and it was a marvelous and a fruitful experience. And maybe I should stop and maybe you want to have something to say before I keep going. But
that's okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's huge. All right, so there's obviously a lot of prayer going on in between all of this.
Yes.
How does it get to? So I remember. Sorry, Sarah, but I'm gonna tell this story. So I was interested when I was younger in a girl, right?
I'm joking.
And she was like, she went to a different parish to me and things like that. And I remember saying, once I went to an event, to a talk there, right? And the only reason I really went was to see this girl, right? And so I remember thinking, all right, when I go to this event, if she's there, then I'm gonna, like, I'd known her. We were in the same class at uni and things like that, but never really saw her outside. But I thought, you know what? If I see her at this event, I'm gonna ask her out. Just ask her out on a date. But if she's not there, because this was going on for a little while, if she's not there, then I'll know, like, that's it. I'm not gonna ask her. And I remember telling someone, either Father Ben or Father Ronnie, I can't remember. They weren't priests at the time, actually, so it might have been Father Ben, because I knew him better. And I said to him, this is what I thought. It was after it happened. I went, she wasn't there, so I didn't ask her out. And I said to Father Ben, this is what happened. I said, if she's going to be there, whatever. If she's not, it's finished. And he kind of just like laughed at me. And he's like, what a way to test God. He said that to me. And he's like, don't let that be what kind of decides that for you. And I was like, okay, sure thing, Anyway, and it just so happened that it didn't happen, thankfully, because now I'm with Sarah. But I remember that kind of response, right? Is like, he laughed and said, like, don't test God like that. What then is because it seems like in your story, it wasn't so much a test of, you weren't so much testing God in saying, if it doesn't work out with the diocesan seminary, then I'll join the Franciscans. It doesn't seem to me as if that was so much testing God as it was a like if it works out, I know this is where you want me to be, and if it doesn't, then I'll try the other sort of thing. It seemed more genuine, right? Would you be able to? Sorry, this is just a question that popped up. I don't know if you'll know, but do you can you? What's the difference there between like the genuineness of your kind of almost ultimatum and my like, well, if she's there, I'll ask her. If not, I'm not. It's over. That's it.
Right. Okay.
Can you kind of decide like?
Well, look, I think in terms of externally it's the same, but I think it's the inner disposition that might be different. Is that sincerely, like I wasn't trying to, well, I mean, you said was it like, so I'm to sort of just hang on, explain a little bit more about the way that you thought. Was this kind of like you were testing God, like, or trying to see whether he'd bring that girl there, or was it like you either he's going to answer me now or not, and I'm going to cut it off.
Yeah.
Is that kind of more
I think it was more the second, because it was a while of like prayer, and like I think it was at a point, I was younger, and I think I was at a point where I was like, if you want me to, and I maybe a little bit overzealous, I guess, in a certain way, is like, if you want me to marry this woman, then you'll give me the perfect circumstance or whatever,
right,
Okay. And so that was my prayer. Then it got to a point where it wasn't happening, the perfect circumstance. So it was very much that second.
You just
that
kind
you
of
said
ruled it
of
out.
it was like either now or never. Do it for me now, or it's not happening, sort of thing.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, it wasn't for me. It was just like I really want to do what God wants me to do, but it seemed like there was options, and I just wasn't sure which options I should go down. And I was just kind of, trying to sort of reason as to how God might reveal where He wants me to go. Because God speaks through the circumstances of our life, right? Through our meetings with others, in our prayer and things like that. But they ultimately manifest in concrete reality. They don't remain sort of abstract in the mind. So it was just me trying to sort of calculate, in one sense, how this might play out. Now, it mightn't have played out at all the way that I thought, in terms of, had I not applied there, or had I not got accepted, I just assumed that I'd be accepted by the Franciscans, but maybe I wouldn't have even got accepted. I don't know, but it was just more like, these are the options that are currently in front of me. These are the real options currently in front of me. So I'm going to pursue them, because they're not sort of at odds with one another, in terms of, like, they weren't in competition in the sense that I couldn't try and test both. You know what I mean? It wasn't like an either or. It was at a time where, time-wise, providentially wise, I could see according to both. You know what I mean? So then I did that. But I think what was important was I needed to make an active step to discern it, and whether it be here or there. And so I suppose the equivalent would have been, like in your case, not necessarily fixated on a particular person, but fixated on the state of being of discerning marriage. And if you're going to discern marriage, you need to ask a girl out. So it would have been like, okay, if this girl wasn't there, say if I was in your shoes, to use that example, maybe the way I would have went about it that might have been different to the way that you went about it was, if that girl's not there, I won't ask her out because she's not there, but I'll ask another girl out. And then I'll see from there whether marriage is something you want me to discern. If that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Is that like, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't so much fixated at that time on the particular charism or circumstance or the uniqueness of the Franciscans or the diocesan priesthood, but just the call to the priesthood. Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
In a sense, But in a religious life, it's a bit more complicated. Just to qualify, is that not complicated, but there's more steps to it. So you discern that you're part of the community first before you discern a vocation to the priesthood. And that's kind of the first step. So it's discerning whether you belong in that community. Then you discern whether you want to be a priest or remain a brother or things like that. Where the diocesan is like priesthood. And that's, for me, was kind of like priesthood first, not necessarily the community. So whether I applied there or there, it just seemed more of a sort of softer, gradual approach for me to join the Franciscans. But I made it into the diocesan seminary. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. No, it does. Yeah. It might seem like a random question, maybe for people listening, but the reason I asked that, my goodness, I don't know where my voice is going, but anyway, the reason I asked that is I think it's more common than we think. We test God more often than we think we do, and it's in certain circumstances like that where I just thought I was kind of just getting an answer, but when Father Ben at the time told me, laughed at me and said, what he said, I was like, oh, okay, I didn't consider that I was actually doing that. And I think that's, it's kind of important because there seemed to me when you were telling your story that there was a difference between what I had done and what you did.
Right.
And there was a real genuineness from your end. So I appreciate you saying that. I don't know, this is just going to keep happening. Sorry, everyone. It's not going away. Good. But the other question I wanted to ask is, where do you get the determination to kind of... So there was humility in you acknowledging, I guess your deficiencies that would have stopped you from being a priest, that you thought wouldn't have made you a good priest.
Yeah.
How do you then, like, where would you say you got the determination to be like, okay, this is the call. I feel like I'm being called. I'm going to work through these deficiencies rather than just say, no, I have them, so I'm not going to become a priest.
Yeah.
Does that determination come from just you as a person and the discipline that you've kind of...
No.
Or is it from the call itself? Is it grace? Is it...
Grace, first and foremost. It was out of a love for God. It was out of a love for God and the urgency of the message of salvation. I wouldn't have been able to explain that then, but when I think of it now, it was like, I want to love God and I want to do what He wants me to do, despite having my own, sort of ambitions in life. I want to sort of do what He's asking me, and I'm wrestling with myself, and I want Him to empower me to do what He wants me to do. That was that. So I want to just love God because He's loved me so much in that experience with the crucifix. But then there was also the teachings like of the faith, the theology of the body is like, and the faith in general. People don't know it. They need to know it. How are they going to know it? You know what I mean? They need to, and so there was the zeal to want to sort of, advance the message of salvation, of the church, of the sacraments, especially the whole. The gift of our church and our faith is just, this needs to be known. And what fitting way to me it was like to make it known is not to just be kind of like a sideline preacher, but to make this my whole pursuit in life as and celibacy, to stand in that place of celibacy as I'm doing this, and I'm living this way for the love of God. And I think for a lot of people, and I know for myself, the state of celibacy is very inspiring, because and a lot of the time people see the sacrifices of celibacy, you know what I mean? And it's very admirable. And I wanted to be able to sort of inspire people, not only with words, but with the way that I lived my life. And it seemed like this was now a possibility, given how God had, graced me throughout my journey, and I had to sort of, in order to be true to God with these thoughts and the stirrings, I needed to test them, and so that was the process. Is I needed to sort of do what God wanted me to do, and I needed to figure that out. I wanted to work that out, and I wanted to sort of be equipped in order to proclaim the gospel, and being a priest is a fitting way to do that.
Yeah.
That was kind of what was driving me, It wasn't, this sense of myself, although that always creeps in, but, down the track, but it was more, I wanted to love God. And if God wanted me to do this, then I had to be faithful to that. We know the end of the story is I'm not ordained. I'm a married man, but nonetheless, that was at that time the way that I pursued. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that really speaks into it really speaks into the reality that we don't just live for ourselves, right? Like we're not just individualistic and selfish. Like that's not natural to us.
No.
And you can't, if it's not natural to you, then you can't really be, like I'm talking in the sense of, I guess, natural law, then you can't really find happiness, because then it's I guess just opposite to what you were, what your purpose is. And that's really coming to light. I guess we kind of, a lot of us, especially as Christians, we kind of know that to a certain degree, but then it hits different when you hear stories like that where there's a real push to overcome those, again, what we've been talking about, those deficiencies, to just out of love for God rather than yourself. Or I had a friend from my old work on the podcast recently who was having, he pretty much hit rock bottom. at a complete low and thought about,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know how to say it without getting the podcast cancelled, but, you know, yeah, thought about ending things, basically. And he said it was the thought of, you know, he was living with his dog at the time. He said, you know, it was having to get up and take care of his dog, but then also the thought that, you know, he has a mum who cares about him and a brother who cares about him, things like that, you know, family around and friends who really cared for him. That got him up, and, you know, he's had this, thanks be to God, this conversion to the Catholic faith. But it's always that outward.
That's right. Yeah.
That outward, I don't know, show of love, I guess, or whatever, that motivates us to be better, like to improve, absolutely, to be holy, to be virtuous, to be whatever. We can't just be looking at ourselves and going, yeah, I need to do this for me. There's no real motivation in that.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess to be a virtuous person, you would just be a self, I don't know what.
Selfish.
Yeah, selfish. Yeah, like just seeking your own self-pleasure again.
That's right.
So that's beautiful to hear.
Yeah.
And it hits differently, like I said, than just knowing, you know, on the surface level. So then you've come to the end story. So you're a married man. So how do you get from...
Yeah, how do I get from married man? Okay. So just let me speak into a little bit into the sort of seminary.
Please do,
sort of time. So because that it's important to sort of understand. So the way that I describe, now this isn't really, a lot of people wouldn't describe their vocation story this way, but the way that I describe at least the way things have sort of turned out in my life and the confirmation, I can't say honestly to myself that I didn't believe God called me to be a priest. I always describe, the way that I describe my, you know, sort of having pursued marriage is not that God didn't want me to be a priest, but that I chose marriage. Because now that's just interior, like I can't say objectively speaking, but interiorly the way that I understand it, the way that I interpret it, the way that interiorly I believe it is, if God called me to be a priest, but I chose to get married. That's the way that I can describe it. Now, there's obviously deficiency in that language, nonetheless. But the reason why, part of the reason is for the reasons that I've shared so far. But then there's also some reasons and experiences I had in the seminary that really sort of confirmed, I suppose, that I was at least capable of being a priest. Now, to use that language, but that God wanted me in that place. And it's because I really flourished. You know, for example, I had never been someone that be, you know, sort of academic. When I started in the seminary, my first year, I left school in year 10, you know, I went on to be a tradie, and I never read a book, like I said to you, right? I had to take some grammar lessons from one of the sisters that was, you know, living in residence at the seminary. She has passed away now. Her name was Sister Dawn. But she took me for elocution and grammar lessons. So she taught me grammar because I couldn't remember how to sort of construct a sentence, like where a comma goes, where a full stop goes. I wasn't sure. Wow. So I didn't even know, you know, sort of, and you know, you got to write papers and essays. So in my first year and in the first couple of years of my seminary, I saw her so she could help me with grammar, along with some of my other seminarians there that sort of could help. But anyway, to give you an indication, so this is me who, like, I don't really have, you know, naturally I haven't been gifted that way for whatever reason. Maybe I didn't apply myself, you know, whatever, you know, in school. But I was seeing this, you know, this sister, and she was helping me with this, and you know, we're going to uni, we're doing one subject a semester in the first year, and it's a discernment year, and I wrote my second essay, and you know, I had some friends help me with the grammar and read over it. But the feedback I got from the lecturer was super surprising to me. So he gave me a distinction, and he wrote in the comments, this would be worthy of an article had you had more references.
Wow.
That's what he said. That's what he wrote in the comments. And I'm like, that's God's grace right there. Like, I mean, I had natural help, but like, and that was a huge sort of, encouragement for me, an affirmation from God, as in just, a small bit of affirmation there.
Yeah.
And going through the whole, process, I didn't really have any real, obstacles. I felt at peace. I felt happy. I didn't feel like I was in the wrong place. I was growing and developing. The formators were very happy with me, and things like that. So there was nothing that suggested within the process that I wasn't suited to the vocation. It was only confirming that I was. One event that I'll share here there was a few, but I'll share this one because it's, I think, the most closely related, and which I, at the time, and I still think, was an affirmation by God that it would have been pleasing for Him if I continued in the path. So I was a seminarian. I think I was in my fifth year or something like that. I was on a pastoral placement, and I was serving Mass with some of the fellow parishioners, and one of the fellow parishioners was it was one of the Eastern Rites. I can't remember now exactly. I think he could have been, it wasn't Chaldean, it wasn't Maronite. I think he was part of the Armenian Catholic Church, I think. Anyway, he was a subdeacon from Syria or Iraq or somewhere. I can't remember exactly. Anyway, I was serving Mass as the seminarian on placement, and I was at the time administering the precious blood during the Mass, and he received the chalice from me and received the precious blood. But in that moment, he kind of stopped and like it just seemed like he was a little bit disrupted with something, and I didn't think anything of it. Like sometimes it happens, like you get stuck there and someone is like, they get distracted by something and then they sort of, go on their way type thing. Yeah. So this is kind of what happened. I didn't think anything of it. Anyway, so after Mass, he was serving too, by the way. And, we get to the sacristy, and this is, I had met him just briefly, but now we finished saying Mass. I still had my hands together, and after the prayers of the priest, saying, sort of, I can't remember now. I'm sort of gone blank, but you finished prosit. You say prosit as in it's finished. It's the final response. Yeah. And I turned to him and I said to him, "How do you say grandpa in Arabic?" And he said, "Juddu." And I said, "Hello, Juddu," And as I had my hands like this, he grabbed me with his hands on top, and he looked me straight in the eyes, and he said to me, he looked me, and when he was looking at me, it wasn't like he was looking at me, but he was looking past me, at something inside me. And he said to me with this distressed look on his face, "When you're on the sanctuary, I saw Jesus' face on your face." And he started crying. And he kissed my hands like I was Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Now, I don't know whether that's what he actually saw Jesus on my... I don't know that. But that was what he said to me. And the way that he looked at me and he started crying and he kissed my hands as if I was Jesus. And that, I was humbled by that experience. Now, I don't, whether that actually happened or whether he was just saying it in a poetic sense. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't think so, but I can't say. I don't want to sort of over spiritualize something externally or to sort of make it look on me like I'm some sort of, holy person. It's not that, but it was like, wow, that's what the priesthood is. Because the priest stands in persona Christi, and I just felt so grateful and privileged to be in that place. And through that time without myself, I mean, what would that say to someone that's a seminarian in their 5th year? Someone tells you that you have this experience, you're growing in the seminary. What does that say? That doesn't say, to me, at least logic, just applying reason and looking at, the facts. That doesn't say God is not calling you to be a priest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't say that.
Yeah.
At least to me. And I can't justify those experiences to say, well, no, God wasn't calling me to be a priest, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I describe it that way. That was one of them. And then I came to see the beauty of the priesthood in that whole formation process. So, and to sort of really learn to approach the world and others as in that state, as a celibate, as a father, and things like that. As a father given, like a priest father, not a biological father. And I could see the beautiful gift of celibacy, the beautiful gift of the priesthood. Most of the time when people discern a vocation to the priesthood, the first thing they see are the sacrifices, Yep. But when you do live that life, or at least, discern that way of life in the seminary, it's such a beautiful gift. And the beauty of that state of life, the privileges of that state of life come, like people share with you their intimate, their intimate lives, and all sorts of things that sort of you wouldn't experience, You're exempt from a lot of the struggles that most people have, materially speaking. Like, you don't have to worry about finances. You don't have to worry about, everything is provided for you. There's a huge gift. All you need to do is worry about salvation in all its different aspects, your own holiness, the salvation of others. And people really open their lives up to you, and that was, it was such a beautiful gift to have an insight into that. So then, how do I go from that to being married?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in that process, I had a friend of mine who was, he started in the seminary a year before me, but he had left probably 3 or 4 years into his formation process to get married. So in his case, so in my story, everything, there was no real sort of competing sort of state of life or thing that I should be doing, that it was clear to me that these are choices God could have for me, and I have to work out which ones. There was my own ambitions, but it was clear enough that they were my own ambitions and kind of short-lived and not really, the greater good, if you like. But for him, it was a bit different. So he always, he was always half and half priesthood, marriage. And that's because he had, there was always a girl that how he grew up, he always had very strong feelings, and they always had, a close relationship, and he was discerning whether he should be a priest or whether he was called to marriage. And so his whole journey was kind of like, should. Anyway, eventually, and that's, discernment is agonizing. It really is. It's a really agonizing process. It can be torturous, not knowing and sort of the unknown and things like that. And so it can be very difficult in seminary, guys trying to figure out what they got to do, what they got to, and because you're taking it seriously, you want to make the right choice, and everyone wants to love God, and so on and so forth. And I was just a support to him, and I just said to him, look, whatever you choose, God will love you, I just as a friend, and he appreciated that, and we developed a friendship in seminary, and he left. And he got married, and as he was getting married, he asked me to be his best man.
Oh, wow. Very close. You were very close. Right. Okay.
He asked me to be his best man, and I was in seminary, and I absent-mindedly accepted, And at that time, I was kind of, it can get hard living in seminary sometimes, you know what I mean? You're sort of living, there can be sort of just these kind of, superficial frustrations and things like that, and I'd be going through some of that, and it's hard to kind of sometimes stick the process and all. And I was kind of at a stage where I kind of felt like, it'd be good to do something like this, you know what I mean, to give me a bit of a reprieve type thing. But not that I ever questioned that this is where God wanted me to be, but I absentmindedly accepted. I mean, look, in my opinion, I don't think a seminarian should be best man for obvious reasons. Sort of, it's not befitting for the state of life.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, and it might create obstacles for you that you don't really need. It might be breaking of a boundary. I don't know. Anyway, that's just my opinion. I think it's better that seminarians stay away from doing something like that. my story is not the norm. It's not the ideal, And so I went through the process of being a best man. You do all the wedding prep stuff and all of that, and I hit it off with the maid of honor, who happened to be she was a nice girl, and we sort of clicked as in friends. There was nothing in that process, especially during the wedding. And she also happened to be the bride's sister. And so I went to the wedding, and I was the best man. I enjoyed myself. I had a good time, and I saw it as kind of like a last sort of opportunity just to sort of experience the joys of a layman, before I went on to sort of, because I was just 5 years into seminary, diaconate was coming up, towards to the ends of your 6 years, so to speak, there. So I thought I took that opportunity, but I did flirt a little bit. Right, and sort of that didn't help the situation. Whether she realised it at the time, I don't know, but I have to be honest. Okay. Anyway, in that time,
I feel so scandalous.
Well, mea culpa. And so that sort of during that time, and opening myself up to that experience, I've basically, to put it in short, is I fell in love with the maid of honor as a seminarian.
Wow.
Wait, so she was the sister of
the bride
of your other seminarian friend who oh my
That's
gosh.
Right. That's right. So, and so for the next 4 months, I think it was, I didn't make any contact with her. Because as far as I was concerned, my path was to be a priest, and I was going on that path.
Yep.
Anyway, she was on my mind and on my heart virtually every day since that time, and that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like, you learn in discernment, just because you start feeling something, that doesn't mean that this is now what God wants you to do. There's always that sort of mistake of sort of giving more credit or more sort of attention to fickle emotions than what is needed. And so I considered it that way. At the start, I thought, well, look, these are just my emotions. I have enough confirmation that this is where God wants me to go, and I'm pursuing it. But yet she was there, and it was difficult for me to have to contend with those emotions. And I was supposed to go. Now, there was 2 events one weekend about 4 months in. One event was a ordination in South Australia, and the other was a housewarming event for my friend who had gotten married.
The same friend. And I had promised the priest friend previously that I'd attend his ordination, but I backed out on that promise. And out of curiosity, I went to the housewarming sort of party. And so I went there, and I, even though I kind of knew that these feelings don't have to mean anything, it'd be like same as like, a married man, falls in love with another woman. Does it mean now that he leaves his wife to be with this woman? Is that God calling him to do that? Or a priest after he's ordained, if he falls in love, does it mean that he's not called to the priesthood anymore? No, it doesn't. And so I saw it in that same way, except there was still an opportunity for me to pursue marriage. Yeah.
And that curiosity was very strong in my heart. And so I went to the housewarming party, and this girl was there, and at first she arrived with her cousin, and I thought it was like her boyfriend or something, and I was a bit sort of cut, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, but I think to myself, no, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm a seminarian, you know what I mean? But I was still there because I wanted to see her. That was my main reason for going, you know, and part of it was also me testing like the way you tested.
Yeah.
Previously.
Fair, yeah.
Right? And I'm kind of like, well, maybe this is from God. I mean, it can be still, like, it's, you know, maybe it's, I didn't think reasonably it was so, but it could have been. But my curiosity and my impulsive nature got the better of me. So I wanted to find out if this was a real possibility, partly because I was weak and I was kind of acting on impulse, but partly also because, well, if this isn't real, then at least maybe it'll help me get over it.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it'll just help me, you know, sort of move on. And so we were at the night, and, you know, you're in company with each other. And later that night, I got to speak to her, and I drove her home actually, because she needed a lift home. And I virtually confessed to her in the car that since I've met you, I've been reconsidering my vocation. And I just explained to her the way that I felt, that I had been thinking about her ever since the wedding. And she basically confessed the same mirror image as what I confessed to her, that she had felt the same way I had felt too. And she hadn't really moved on from that. And so that just threw a whole spanner in the works for me. Because I liked her, and I knew that, you know, this I didn't have to pursue it. But, and then I was a little bit cheeky. I didn't do anything wrong or sinful, you know, during that time. But every now and again I'd message her for the next couple of months just to catch up, you know, to see how she was. And each time we'd catch up, I'd virtually sort of just to see whether she would be someone that, you know, would have the same things in common as me, and whether she would value the same things as I did, and things like that. So I said to her the first time we met for I don't want to call them dates because I was in the seminary, but they were meetings.
Yeah.
All right. And I never said date. I just said, do you want to, you know, sort of catch up. That's another point. If a guy asks a girl out on a date, make sure you say it's a date. But that's for another topic, right? So we went, and I remember saying to her, if this is going to be real, I'm not leaving the seminary just so we can, you know, date for fun, casually. It's because we're going to get married. So all of our conversations were just about whether we would be on the same page. And I mean, she didn't say it outwardly to me, but she was delighted that I told her what I told her, I think. And so I did that a few times, you know, and I was very sort of in a very anxious place. I didn't have peace anymore, and it came to a point where I needed to make a choice. I needed to either break it off with her, or I needed to leave seminary.
Did anyone know about this at the time, or?
I had been speaking to it with my spiritual director, but externally not so much.
Yeah.
I mean, insofar as I was catching up with a friend, people might have known, yeah. But it wasn't. They didn't know to the extent like that I was really considering leaving seminary. Yeah. As a result, they didn't know. Only my spiritual director knew that at that time. Yeah. And so it came to a point where I just couldn't. I mean, maybe I could have said no, but I didn't. I couldn't bear the thought of her marrying someone else. So instead of saying no to her, I decided to leave the seminary. And so I agreed with my spiritual director that, look, given that I was right towards the end, I needed to take space, time out, right? Now, what that really meant was not to pursue a relationship with her, but then also not continue in formation, but to discern outside of the seminary where I had more leisure and time, given that, I was towards the end of the seminary formation. So that was the deal with my spiritual director. I said that. I met with the Archbishop, and at the time there was a turnover in formation staff. So the old formation staff had moved on, and new formation staff had come in, and we had a new Archbishop. Archbishop Fisher just came in as Archbishop as in 2015. So I sat down with him, and I basically just said to His Grace that I have developed strong feelings for a girl at this, and given that the stage I am in the formation here at the seminary, I need to take leave. I don't think I can continue at the interior state that I'm in. So he asked me, well, okay, he was very gracious, and he said, how much time do you want? And I just said to him, look, indefinite leave, I don't know, and that's what he gave me, indefinite leave. And even the rector at the time, the new rector at the time, who was now Bishop Danny Ma, also said to me, look, go, relax, forget about it, everything, just live your life as normal. And if you want to come back, just call me and you can come back. That's what he said to me. So there was full support and, space from the Archbishop, my spiritual director, and the rector of the seminary. Except I didn't do what we agreed to do, which was to take space from the seminary and from
I see.
seeing my now wife. We started dating for a little while, and after a few, it was difficult. After a few weeks, it was very jarring for me, because my whole, understanding of myself, where I was supposed to be, was a priest, and so I couldn't really give myself fully to this relationship, even though I was like, my feelings were I was like infatuated with her, at this time, and I just wanted to spend every moment of the day with her. But at the same time, I couldn't do it, because there was like, people knew I was a seminarian. Yes, I was left. I could date. There was no reason why I couldn't, but not everyone knew that. There was kind of like, and so I was very anxious and so like, I said to her, look, I think we should just be friends for now, and that was confusing and hurtful for her, of course, because, she didn't really understand. But anyway, okay, she agreed, and so we took some time apart as well during that time for me to discern, and all the time, that whole time, I was kind of wrestling with God. I'm like, I can't see any reasons as to why now He hasn't called me to be a priest, yet I've got these strong feelings for this girl, and I want to be with her, but I didn't really have the peace that I wanted. I felt still very sort of, it was very jarring, very different. And now, I can't say, like I said, completely, maybe this was part of God's sovereign plan or not. And maybe all the anxiety was just psychological and, and things like that. I don't know. Anyway, so it was difficult. Anyway, I did a novena to St. Joseph, ask, well, please let me have this girl, and eventually we did get back together, and we dated. And we dated for about a month. And after a month, we got engaged.
Wow.
And 6 months after being engaged, we got married.
Wow. Are you keeping the seminary staff in the loop?
No, as far as I had left, kind of, and I'm going and I'm kind of living. I did get a call from the Archbishop's office to meet with him to see how, to see how I was doing. And I was delighted to come and I wanted to speak to him, because I wasn't at peace, and I wanted to just tell him how I felt and to sort of speak to him. But he got sick. It was around that time he got really sick,
okay.
And then I never got to see him. And in that time, we got engaged and we got married. And that was a difficult time. The first few years of our marriage was tough. And I feel, a lot of it is my fault, because I didn't really discern it properly. And I was very anxious, and I wasn't sure whether God was pleased with me making this choice. I wasn't sure. But at the same time, I knew that I was free, like I could make this choice, and God would bless me, in my freedom. But interiorly, it was very hard for me to accept that. And I didn't have a peace within me that this is where that God was pleased with me. And I felt very, very guilty, twofold guilt. I felt guilty because I don't know whether God is happy, but then I also felt terrible for my wife. Because what wife wants a depressed husband for the first 2 years who's grieving not being a priest? So I was grieving. So I didn't have time to grieve, to process the grief. And so going to Mass and doing all sorts of things was very difficult for me, because it's like, I can't do that anymore. I can't be the one to say Mass. I can't hear confessions. I can't do the priestly things. I have to work now. I have to worry about money. And I hate worrying about money. And I hate having to do all of these types of things, And I had gone back to my trade, which was cabinet making. And I just felt like I had not been using the gifts, that God had given me. I kind of felt like, imagine St. Peter, after experiencing the resurrection and ascension into heaven, doesn't go off and, feed the sheep and go on mission, but just goes back to being a fisherman. I kind of felt like that. I just kind of felt like I went back to be a fisherman, and, just an ordinary Joe Blow, and I wasn't sure whether this is the right thing, Not that I didn't love my wife. I loved her, but I just wasn't sure whether, whether God was happy with me. That was my main, and that hurt my wife. And it was very hard for her to have to put up with that. And the extent of my grief, is being at the ordination of my of the men that were studying with me, was very, very difficult for me. I had been married a year, and some of them had been the men that went over to study in Rome had been ordained priests a month after or so I got married. And I remember being at the ordination and feeling, and in that moment, having been revealed to me what I had given up, and I felt this, like something in me died. Like there was this huge, excruciating pain, a deep spiritual pain that I've never felt a pain that intense in my whole life. Just to sort of contextualize how much that hurt me inside and put me in such a sort of grieving state was, I lost my mother about 8 years ago. She had heart problems, and she died.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
God rest her soul.
Please God. But this pain that I felt at the ordination of my classmates was, and I don't overstate this, it was 1,000-fold more painful than losing my mum. That was how much that hurt me. And I felt like I had let God down. That was how I felt. And the person who I should be loving and giving myself to now, who I promised, to love, to cherish for all of my days, had to see me in that state. And that's still something that it really hurts me that I couldn't give my wife my full attention and freedom in those first few years of my marriage. And so it was very hard. It was very hard for her and for me. And we had rocky times, but there were graced moments. Moving forward. So after about 2 years into our marriage, or more, maybe more, a bit more than 2 years. I can't recall now exactly. So 2 years. This had been after I think my mum had passed away, and I had obviously gone and you know, when I'd speak to some of my priest friends, they would you know, I could speak to them and confide in them and how I felt and things like that, and I didn't do so much to my wife because it wouldn't have been helpful to do that, you know, to her. So I'd speak to them, and I remember I had a conversation once with Father Russo, and he held me accountable to my choice, and he was a real friend in that moment. What he said to me he said, Mick, I'm happy for you to, you know, to listen to the struggles that you have, you know, and how things are difficult for you, but you haven't said one positive thing the whole time we've been together. And I had to really reflect, and I took that seriously, and I thought, you know what, he's right. I did make a choice to get married. God had blessed us. The church had said yes. You know, we were married, and I needed to make an effort to be grateful for the gift God had bestowed on me, which was marriage. And so I made a choice from that conversation we had to try and intentionally be grateful for the gift of marriage and the goods of marriage. It was very hard for me to see them. I really had to I had to objectively identify them. I had to recall them. And I had to do that frequently. So I was suffering from what could be called cognitive dissonance. So the idea of myself and my reality were two different things. And I had to bring in line my thoughts and my understanding of myself and, you know, my identity into my concrete reality, not the other way around.
Wow, yeah.
You know, and I had to work hard to do that intentionally. And so my prayer and my whole life, was to try and, you know, see the good things that I had, you know, see the good things that I had. And so I did that, and I think, you know, things got better. And then I had a few graced experiences as you know, sort of in my marriage. The first was in which I felt affirmed by God that God had blessed me in my choice and that he was with me and that he loved me. The first was a dream that I had a couple of years into our marriage. And in the dream, JP2 was in the dream. And my wife and JP2 were sitting at a table and discussing this kind of cosmic you know, catastrophe happening. There was like a world war. There was something happening. I know you know, dreams are weird. You get this kind of mixed ideas. This is kind of one of those, all right? And in the dream, basically, it was a war. It was a world war, and all men had to go off and fight. And JP2 had some sort of, I don't know, like influence over this whole thing, you know, which was kind of known in the dream, but wasn't spoken about. It was just there in the dream. And my wife was, in my dream, was very distressed about me going off. And she didn't want me to go off to this war. You know, she didn't want that for me. She didn't want me to go. And this was like a cosmic battle, you know, that all men had to go and stand in the front line. And so we have this meeting, and JP2 sees how my wife is really, you know, saddened by the prospect of me having to go off. And so the next day in my dream, we're meeting again with JP2, or sometime after, whether it's the next day or not, I don't know. And it was a vivid dream, but these details are just weird, right? We're meeting again, and it had come to knowledge, JP2 cancelled the war. He had cancelled the war in my dream, this cosmic battle. He just cancelled it. He had that influence over it. And I said to him, you cancelled this war. Like, what about, why? And so JP2 didn't say a word, but my wife spoke to me. My wife told me the answer to why JP2 cancelled the war. And JP2 affirmed it. And what my wife said in the dream was, he cancelled the dream so that you could stay home and love me. And in that moment, in my dream, I had a keen sense of how valued and how precious each marriage bond is to God. And that my marriage bond, my particular marriage bond to my wife, was so precious to God that that even something like cancelling this cosmic battle that's how important this was, that deserved being cancelled in order for me to stay home and love my wife. And so the way that I interpret that dream was that cosmic battle was me on the front line, was me being a priest. But the fact that I got married, that was cancelled for me. And what God wanted from me was to be the best husband I could be, because that is what mattered to him now. And so I had this sense that, okay, if that was the case, that he did want me to be a priest, that's what I believe. I can't say objectively, you know what I mean? Maybe it's not, I don't know, right? But in any case, I made the choice to get married. That was my vocation. And I had to live God there. So that was the first experience. That brought me some peace. Do you want to talk? You want me to go on? There's
no,
more.
Please keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
So then sometime after that, I had, and that really brought a peace that sort of, really calmed my interior, and I felt more free to be a married man and a husband, along with the sort of, trying to really work hard to be a husband. In that, whether I'm successful, you can ask my wife. I don't know. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So and then every now and again, sort of you kind of regress a little bit. In the spiritual, you kind of go forward, and then you might get these doubts or whatever, and you go back. So I was, I had experienced this kind of vivid, what I believe to have been a message from God, affirmation from God, something that I'd been looking for. But that had kind of, it fell to the back of my mind and my heart. And now I was on a work retreat. So one of the other great gifts of me having sort of helped or being blessed by God was I ended up working university chaplaincy. So I'd gone through seminary, I'd received all of this theological formation. I went back to my trade for a year, but that was very depressing and hard for me. But God also gave me the opportunity to work in university chaplaincy, and that was a huge blessing for me, because I got then to use my, formation, practically, in uni chaplaincy. So I was working at Macquarie University. And so even when I had this dream, I had already been working in that. But that was a huge source of consolation for me. It enabled me to sort of accept my current circumstances as a married man, was being able to sort of put my formation to use. And I believe that was something that was a great gift God gave to me. And so in that process, having been doing that for a few years, we were having a staff retreat at Notre Dame, and we had the Sisters of Life, I think it's the Sisters of Life from overseas, give a talk on how to discern the promptings of the Holy Spirit or something like that. And one of the sisters gave a talk about her sort of her experience of the way, sort of like a testimony in how she discerned the Holy Spirit. And so she was telling us about a retreat that she was on, and she had a spiritual director. There was a number of spiritual directors and there was a number of retreatants. And from what I can recall, what she said was most spiritual directors had 5 or 6 or so retreatants to look after, but her spiritual director only had 2. So she naturally had more time to spend with the spiritual director during the retreat. and she appreciated that. She really found it meaningful for her retreat, and being able to sort of enter into that retreat. And so she had this thought that kept coming up towards the end of the retreat, which she initially thought was a distraction, distracting her from the retreat, and that was to play the flute for her spiritual director at the concluding lunch of the retreat, when silence was broken, in thanksgiving. And the piece that was coming to her mind, I think, was Gabriel's oboe. Have you heard of Gabriel's oboe?
No.
Anyway, you can look it up later and listen to it,
Yeah.
If you want. And so, but she dismissed it as a distraction, because the flute wasn't something that she had played for a number of years, and so it's not something that she had been practicing or anything. But she's just got this idea that, that's come out of nowhere, this thought that she's to play the flute for the priest. Anyway, she put the thought to a side, thinking it was a distraction, just so she could focus on the retreat. Anyway, on the last day of the retreat, it came back. And the idea of, playing for this priest, the flute, just wouldn't go away. So she said, okay, I'll do it anyway. Even though she hadn't played the flute for so long, she would do it in thanksgiving to this priest, whether it would be, it'd be very rusty or whatever, but she'd do it in thanksgiving. And so at the end of the retreat, she played the flute, and she played Gabriel's oboe for this priest, and this priest started crying. Her spiritual director, he started crying, and he confessed that having downtime as well during the retreat or something or other. I can't remember the exact sort of how she explained it, but from what I can recall, he was having doubts and second thoughts about his vocation. And when she played Gabriel's oboe, it recalled his ordination, because he was ordained to Gabriel's oboe. And that confirmed for him his vocation,
Wow.
to the priesthood, and he it was very meaningful to him. And so this sister is telling this story of, sometimes the Holy Spirit works this way. Yeah. So after her talk, she says, "Well, I'm going to play Gabriel's oboe after this talk too." And so I didn't know what Gabriel's oboe was either, but when she played Gabriel's oboe after the talk, I realized that that's the tune my wife walked into when we got married.
Gosh.
And so I had the same confirmation of vocation that priest had, in the same way she described it.
Oh my
Magical
goodness.
Yeah.
Well, it's this sister.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Right? And that was another one, something else that brought me a deep peace.
Wow.
to sort of to feel God's love and affirmation and blessing in my life as a married man. Then the third gift, which I think this has been the greatest gift, was the gift of my daughter. So our firstborn. So my wife and I have been married 9 years now, and since we were married, we had struggled conceiving. We hadn't been able to have a baby, and so we saw NAPRO doctors, if you're familiar with NAPRO doctors. So NAPRO doctors are Catholic doctors that work within the moral framework of the Catholic Church to help couples or a woman achieve pregnancy. Beautiful. So they're fertility doctors that help Catholic couples do that within the moral bounds of the Catholic Church, to do it virtuously and not to sort of break any of those, sort of those moral standards.
Yeah.
And so we were seeing these doctors, and those doctors were helpful in terms of helping us, our fertility. Both of us didn't have great optimal fertility, but it came to a point where it was just like, well, there's nothing really wrong. There were a few things that the treatments and protocols that they gave us helped for both of us, for her and for me. But there was nothing really wrong that, that was obvious that why we weren't able to have children. And so, we didn't really have sole success from the NAPRO doctors, we didn't. And And so we were seeing these doctors still, and then a friend of mine, or a colleague of mine, had a friend who wanted to speak to me about discernment because, I had been through the process of discernment and learned things the hard way, and, had sort of, through my own experience, just to sort of share. And he wanted to speak to me and so I did. I spoke to him, and he gave me a sachet of the milk powder because he was a doctor, and someone from his parish gave him a supply of what's called milk powder. Have you heard of milk powder from the milk grotto? No. So I'll explain it to you. So there's these little sachets, okay? And anyway, this milk powder was given to this doctor in order, this parishioner anticipated that he would meet couples that might not be able to fall pregnant, and so he could give them this aid, this thing to fall pregnant. And so the milk grotto now is it's a grotto in Bethlehem, which tradition holds when Herod sent soldiers to kill the holy innocents in Bethlehem, or in Jerusalem, and Saint Joseph was instructed to take Our Lady down to Egypt. As they were on their way to Egypt, they stopped in a cave, still in that area in Bethlehem, so that Our Lady could nurse baby Jesus. And a drop of Our Lady's breast milk fell on the floor, and the whole cave turned white. And now it's the only cave in that whole geography that has white limestone. So it's like limestone, and this is white. There's nowhere else where it's white. It's called the milk grotto. You can look it up. The Franciscans look after it. And so this white limestone, which is scraped up and put into little sachets, is called milk powder or rock powder. And it's known to have miraculous healing powers for fertility. There's so many testimonies from the milk grotto of both Catholic and non-Catholic couples falling pregnant through the milk powder. And so the milk powder comes along with a novena, okay? And the novena instructs that once you start this novena, do not stop until the child is born. So that's already interesting. So he gave me this sachet, which is derived from the breast milk of Our Lady. And that to me was kind of like a relic of Our Lady. Now, whether it's technically a relic or not, probably not. But this was of Our Lady's, from Our Lady. And I was so excited for it because I had a huge devotion to Our Lady. And she was I haven't spoken too much about this, but part of that whole discernment process and prayer leading up to going to the seminary and even being chaste, was I was able to be chaste when the day I decided to say a daily rosary. And from that day, I was chaste, moving up. And anyway, but that's I didn't mention that part. But anyway, so I'm so excited to have this, this novena and this relic, for want of a better term, of Our Lady, and to do it with my wife. And so we didn't start it straight away, but we started it eventually. And so you say the third joyful mystery, you drink a little bit of the rock powder, the mother says a prayer, and then you pray third joyful mystery. That's the way we did it. And then you do that, and you do that until the child is born. And so after, my wife and I have different, we remember differently in terms of how long we were doing this novena, but let's just say, I'll defer to what my wife said, say 3 months or so. We did this for 3 months. And after 3 months, my wife fell pregnant. After 7 years of not one even false pregnancy test, nothing, no indication of a pregnancy. After 3 months of doing this devotion, my wife fell pregnant.
Wow.
And I believe it's to do with Our Lady of the Milk, or Our Lady of la Leche. And so when we had a little daughter that was born. Initially, we were going to call her Josephine. But that was the name we were going to call her, Josephine. But we had another name that sort of had come up, kind of secondarily to Josephine, and it was Alma. And my wife went on a women's retreat around during her pregnancy, and after she had finished the retreat, she had a change of heart, and she was like, "I think we should call our if we didn't know whether it was going to be a boy or a girl, but if it is a girl, we were going to call her Alma Maria, and if it was a boy, we were going to call him Joachim, after Our Lady's father. Anyway, so she had a change of heart. So if it was going to be a girl, it was going to be Alma Maria. And the reason why is because Alma, one of the Latin derivatives of Alma is nourishing, and it's a Marian title. There's also a hymn, Redemptos. No, that's Alma. Yeah, that's right. Now I've gone blank. Alma. How's it going now? I've totally forgotten it. But Alma Maria, and so it means nourishing Mary, and we wanted to name her that because my wife and I were nourished on Our Lady's maternity. So her name basically speaks to the nature in which she came to be.
Wow.
And the reason why I say that as a confirmation and a blessing that God wants me to be a married man, and is because we all exist in God from all eternity, everybody. You know what I mean? So so my daughter existed in God's mind's eye from all eternity, which means I was going to be married from all eternity. Now, whether it would have been in God's active will for me to be married, or whether he's something that he permitted and he still blessed me, in either case, it doesn't really matter. That's where I ended up, and that's where God has blessed me, in a sense.
Wow.
And so that's the third, and another one's on the way, so we're expecting number 2.
Oh, congrats.
Congratulations.
It's about 20 weeks now.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's awesome. That's beautiful news.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And keeping that a surprise as well.
Yes, yeah.
Beautiful.
So that's the story of into the
Exciting.
seminary and then into marriage and now.
That is so beautiful. What
Yeah.
a story. There's heaps that I would love to unpack. But firstly, that is such a blessing. So how old is your daughter now? Yeah, of course.
She just turned 2. On the 21st of July, she turned 2.
And now expecting a second. That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have, not that you need to say them, but do you have names prepared for either boy or girl?
We're still working through that.
Nice.
I think if it's a boy, it's still Joachim.
Oh,
If
nice.
it's a girl, probably Josephine. But we'll see. We'll pray about it.
Beautiful.
We'll see. I'm a big
Awesome.
believer in choosing names that's according to the biblical pattern of choosing names. Like, for example, all the names in the Bible indicate the vocation of that person or the state of that person. Like Adam from the dust, the first man. Abraham, from Abraham to Abraham. There's always a change, when a person sort of is initiated into some call,
Yep.
Jacob changed to Israel, because he wrestled with God, or, so on and so forth. Simon changed to Peter, the rock. There's names indicate the vocation of the person,
Yes.
and so, or the origin of the person. So that's my preferred way of choosing names. I like it to have some sort of theological meaning, rather than just choosing it for the sake of, the sound of the name,
Yeah.
for example. Yeah.
Well, that's definitely much more meaningful that way. Would you pick after like saints or just biblical?
No, saints, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Saints or biblical, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really nice. I have learned to appreciate names more, as in, because I've come to know, the purpose of names.
Yeah.
In the Bible, like those examples you mentioned, and then I was reading when I came to really appreciate it. So my favorite story in the Bible, at least for the moment, is from the book of Daniel. About, I always get the names wrong, which is still my favorite, I promise. But it's Hananiah, Azariah, and Mishael, and their names are changed by King Nebuchadnezzar to Shadrach, Meshach,
Abednego. Something
and Abednego,
like that,
along those lines. Tough names, all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so it's my favorite story because I was at a time where I particularly had gone through this and then felt passionate about being Catholic because of the teachings of the church, not because of the people within it, right?
Yes, yeah.
And so I had read the story of Father Augustus Tolton. That book was written by Deacon Harold.
Okay.
About the first African American priest in the US, and he had gone through, basically, he had experienced like racism and bigotry, prejudice within the church, but was still determined to be a priest, and he remained within the faith. And I thought that was such a beautiful story. Even after he became a priest, apparently there were other priests who were saying, if you go to his mass, then your Sunday obligation isn't fulfilled. Things like that.
Yeah.
So it was tough, but even through that, he remained faithful to Christ through the Catholic Church. And I thought that was really inspiring. That helped me. And then also, that story from the book of Daniel is there's a part where they say, basically they refuse to bow down to the golden statue or whatever that the king
Nebuchadnezzar
had basically had told everyone they have to at the sound of the orchestra, basically. I'm trying to make it really brief, and they refused to because they were believers in God. And so he gets them, he threatens to throw them into the fire if they don't bow down to the statue. And they say, firstly they say, we have no need, something like we have no need to answer you, O king, which I think is like gutsy to say. But then they say, basically throw us into the fire. He says to them, who is the God that will deliver you from the fire, or something like that? Wow. I'm really blanking here, but anyway. And their response is, basically, you can throw us into the fire, and if our God wants to save us, may he save us. But even if he doesn't, know this, we will not bow down to your statue. And I thought that was so powerful. And I still think it's the most powerful story I've been able to relate to. And I thought that was a beautiful thing. And so then Deacon Harold does a talk and uses that story to give his whole talk. And he says, the king changed their names to take away from the meaning, from their purpose that God gave them. And they end up then, being known again as the names that God gave them.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really powerful. So I was reading a book on Our Lady by Tim Staples, Behold Your Mother. And he says, hail full of grace. When the angel greets Our Lady with that greeting, he's not saying, he's not just saying hail full of grace. Like, he's not just saying that. He's given her new name. That's her name.
Yeah.
You who are, like, he's basically saying, you who are, given grace, infused with grace from beginning to end, things like that, whatever. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying to rush through this because I know I'm going on for a little bit. But that really, the names became really like powerful. They're meaningful. So I fully agree. Sorry, that was a whole long-winded way to say I fully agree with what you're saying. All right, back to your story. Sorry.
It's all right.
Firstly, I want to ask very quickly is, so that on the milk grotto?
Yep.
This is the first time hearing. I've never even heard of that at all. Like, not even a tiny thing on it. So I definitely will do research on it. But you said the novena that comes with it, that's associated with it.
Yep.
You have to do it. So the tradition is you have to do it until your baby is born or conceived.
That's right. That's what it instructs.
Born.
Yeah.
Okay. So the 3 months that you were doing it until your daughter was conceived, did you keep then doing it till birth?
Yes, we did. So we continued the novena till birth.
So you basically did that novena for a year.
Yeah.
3 months into
It's
9
longer
months.
than a novena.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you did it for
yeah.
a whole year.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And faithfully, because,
Yes.
yeah,
I
'cause
mean,
then,
yes, with faith. Now, that's what it instructs. I believe that this is what God wants, you know what I mean? Sort of, but at the same time, we were also open because we had been trying for 7 years. There was also coming to the reality that that well, not everyone is blessed with children, you know, and I was able to accept that from day one because of my time in seminary. Because like in seminary, you go through a grieving process of giving up the goods, like marriage, like family. So I grieved that in the first few years in the seminary, that I'm not going to have kids, I'm not going to be married, so on and so forth. Even though I have ended up that way, it's not like I had to re-grieve, you know, that expectation that it's not going to be fulfilled. So for me, it was, I had a peace in accepting whatever God wanted. So, and it's the same with my wife and I. When you're doing that, you know, sort of, when you're trying to conceive for, you know, that space of time. Now, there are people that have taken longer. There are, you know, people that have taken shorter, and some never have children, you know. But 7 years is a long time of, you know, because more so for a woman, and when it's not happening, you know, you have to come to terms with it hasn't happened, and it's unlikely that it's going to happen. But we're always hopeful and open. So, and even if it was still, I mean, there's no reason why I think God could, even though the novena instructs that, not bless us. I don't know. Like, even though the novena says that, you know, and we were prepared to that, but then it would just mean we'd be saying it forever.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, but it'd just be a part of our married life, praying to be fruitful. And whether God would bless us or not, well, that would be up to Him.
Wow.
You know, so that's, yeah. I kind of lost track on your question, but what was your...
No, that was great.
Yeah.
I mean, I was getting, so the initial question was, whether you kept praying it.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
But then also, it was like, you kind of touched on it, but was there a thought that if you stopped praying that novena, like if you say you missed out on one day or something, was there a thought that maybe that gift could be taken away?
No, I didn't really think of it that way. I think it's the disposition. You know, God knows that we're flawed. We make promises. We don't always remain faithful to them perfectly, and that it would be like, say for example, I don't think we missed the day. We might have. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. But if we did, we would have made up for it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we would have. But I don't think we did. We said it, but it was like, well, this is something that we're going to commit to, you know, a few minutes a day just to say this prayer for that intention. And lucky enough, it was grace that enabled us to do it. It wasn't like, you know, because there's been times even now where we haven't said our family rosary, you know. There'll be times where we'll miss out and we won't say it. But during that time, we didn't miss out. We said it. Didn't matter how tired we were, you know, even if it was, you know, after a long day and we were so busy, even if it was just two of us lying in bed half asleep, we'd still say it, you know, and we managed to do it. But it was grace, I believe, you know.
Yeah. Wow. Beautiful. You spoke into something particularly difficult to speak into, or
yeah, right.
Yeah, which is that. So obviously, children are a gift.
Absolutely.
Right, and so it's not necessarily something that, I mean, these days we're obsessed with the language, like, you know, like we have a right, you know, everyone has rights, rights, and things like that, you know.
Exactly, yeah.
And not everyone, sorry, a lot of people feel that they're, I suppose, entitled to just everything else that,
yeah,
you know, they see other people have.
That's right.
And there's a failure to acknowledge things as gifts.
That's right.
And so children aren't necessarily an entitlement. Like, we're not just entitled once we get married to have children.
No.
It's not just something that happens. And so for someone who is struggling to have children, as someone who's gone through it, how do you remain faithful to the moral teachings of the church when they're not necessarily, like, when nothing's working, you know, when things seem to just not be working out for you?
Yeah. Well, it comes down to that disposition and to that love of God. I mean, like in a general sense, I would say that, like, if I'm hearing your question and sort of trying to get to the heart of it, if someone is in that situation and they struggle with it, like my wife and I have not. I mean, it's obviously been, you know, difficult and sad and you know, sorrowful that we hadn't been able to conceive earlier. And we didn't know whether we were going to, but it was never an option for us to go down the path of, say, IVF, for example, or like in the other case of like using contraception and things like that. Yeah. That was never a temptation for us because we'd never go down that path. That might not be the case for a lot of people. And understandably so, for a few reasons. The first, obviously, is when you get married, the expectation is to fall pregnant. The whole name of the sacrament, the holy matrimony, means mother making. So the primary end of marriage is to raise a family. That's the primary reason for it, you know. And so it's natural and normal to expect that you're going to have children. That's when everything goes right, that's what happens. You have children. But it's not always the case. And I think one of the difficulties for people, if they can't accept it, is because they've expected it and they've become so attached to the idea, or it's become so familiar and so expected that it's too difficult to accept that it's not going to happen. And then, you know, in our fallen human nature, we're always going to grasp at trying to, you know, we want to grab the good that we think is going to make us happy and not consider, well, maybe this isn't what God wants. Maybe there's something else God wants us to do. And so the first thing is to try and sort of, I would say for a couple, to really sort of understand, like you're saying, that the children are a gift. And even though that's what would happen, in normal circumstances when everything's working right, it's not always what happens, and that we have to consider seriously that, you know, maybe this isn't how God wants us to be fruitful. So there has to be a shift, reorientation as to, firstly, is that you hope that God blesses you, because that's one of the primary ends of the marriage. You continue to pray for that, you ask for it. But if it's not, then there has to be a sense of accepting your circumstances, accepting where you are, in hope still, but trying to identify where God is then calling you to be fruitful. So marriage is never not fruitful. It's just a different mode of being fruitful. So the ordinary mode is to have children and to raise a family. But if you don't have children and have a family, maybe God is calling you in another way to be fruitful. Like for my wife and I, one of the ways in which we were able to be fruitful is hospitality. Like my wife, she likes food, she likes cooking, she likes entertaining, she likes company. So one of the ways in which we were fruitful was to be hospitable to people, to family and to friends, and to have, you know, host, you know, and things like that. So find something in which you can be fruitful, and consider that maybe God has a different plan. You have to be open yourself up to that. The other I think the other thing is important as well, is that understanding why the church says IVF and say in the case of, you know, not being able to fall pregnant, why things like surrogacy and IVF are wrong. Understanding the church's teachings on that. And there are many, many reasons. One of the reasons, like we said, is that we live in a consumer culture in which rights are something that are asserted, and that we're consumers. We can basically buy anything we want, and so we're all in more or less influenced by that, whether we like it or not. And so that always seems like a good option. Well, this is something that might work. Let's try it. But if we look deeper, that like one of the sort of aspects of why it is wrong is that it is, sort of treating a child as a right rather than a gift. And sort of more importantly, it's basically wanting something different than what God is providing for you at that moment in your life, at that stage. And so understanding, well, that's one of the main other reasons. I don't want this to become like a moral theology class on it, but just to say quickly, it's also wrong because it separates the two meanings of the sex act. Humane Vitae, which was written, to show why contraception is wrong, also sort of gives an indication as to why IVF is wrong when it concerns the marriage union. So with IVF, there's a few things that why it's wrong. One is it can violate, the union of marriage, or the sort of the vows of marriage, if you like, or the promises. And the other areas why it's wrong is because it violates the dignity of the human person. So there's a double violation, a double reason. So in the marriage setting, the reason why it's wrong is because Humane Vitae instructs and says that we can never separate the two meanings of the sex act. One which is unitive and one which is procreative. The two must always go together. So the unitive, is being basically that you can never separate sex from husband and wife coming together. So you can never conceive outside of that union. So basically IVF is wrong in the context of marriage because it's conceiving outside of the union of the spouses. The other reason why it's wrong is that you cannot ever violate the procreative function or meaning of so that's where contraception is wrong. So the two opposite ends of violation is, so when you're using contraception, you violate the procreative or the power of being able to conceive. And if you go to IVF, then you're violating the unitive aspect, which is you're conceiving outside of the marriage act, outside of the conjugal act itself, which is a prayer in which God sacredly works to bring about life. So that's one, it separates the sex union. And then there's also an aspect which I think it violates the exclusivity of marriage. So extending that a little bit further, you vow at marriage that you'll never fall pregnant apart from one another. So like even though you're using the anatomy or sort of the properties of each spouse, it's being conceived outside, by an external means, a third party, like a test tube. And so that's why it's wrong too. That violates the marriage part of it. But then there's also violates the human person. IVF also implies the freezing of an embryo, which we consider to be a human person. And, having a human in a freezer is below the dignity of a person. And along with all the other dangers that come along with that, like it's not an environment that's conducive to the growth of an embryo. So in short, they're the sort of main reasons why IVF is wrong. And if a couple is struggling with, wanting to sort of go outside the moral norms of the church, it's to really try and understand why the church is against these things, and to really try and think with the mind of the church. And this stuff, I don't mean this in a purely intellectual sense or a reductive sense, just understanding the reasoning, but to really pray as a faithful Christian and a son or daughter of the church for God to implant in your heart the desire to understand and to be obedient to what the church lays down. Being fruitful, sort of in ways that you can, and also in that sense, understanding the church's teaching. I think they're the two. And then also having community in which you can really be honest about these things.
Yeah.
You don't have to, sort of proclaim it to the world, but, huddle, find a community in which you can really find support and be encouraged in your vocation and the circumstances of your life. Those are three things that I would say. And there's support out there. I do think, in saying that though, I've always been one that's been quite open about it, because there's always, you get this sort of, this common trend that starts to happen when you are a couple that can't conceive. You get it from family, you might get it from friends. They're all well-intentioned. They're not meaning to sort of make things difficult, but they do, because they're always saying, oh, when's the baby going to come along?
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? And so on and so forth. And when you're quiet about it, they don't really know the reasons why, because we live in a culture, in a contraceptive culture, and even among Catholics, it's considered okay, even though it's not okay. And a lot of people just might assume you don't have a child because you don't want a child. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's less and less the case within Catholic circles. So I think bringing some level of awareness that, well, actually, we do want one baby, but we're not having we can't have a child. Bringing that to the attention of family and friends. And the way that I have do that is very succinct and very simple, is just to say, well, we'd love to, but God hasn't blessed us. And then people get the idea.
Yeah.
And after a while, they stop, sort of saying that same thing, and you stop hearing it. And then they get okay,
Yeah.
And that can be hard, but I would encourage couples to sort of, try and, pray for courage to at least make that known in a simple way. There's nothing really to be ashamed of, because it's not just us, it's God. You do your best, I would also encourage them to seek out NAPRO doctors, Catholic fertility doctors. We've also got some information about that on our website at work, or you just type in NAPRO, Catholic fertility, NAPRO, which stands for, I think, natural procreation or something like that. But just type that in, and there's information on the internet that you can get. So familiarize, go and see those doctors. And a lot of the times that couples that do fall pregnant, or in going, there's times where it's just something very simple that can be very easily fixed. And so I'd encourage them to sort of seek those doctors that will help them in that sort of space. Does that give you an answer? Hopefully that answers the question.
For sure. Thank you. I think there is a real, also just to add this little point, there is a real need for us, at least within our Catholic circles, to understand the unintentional, at most times, pressure that we put on couples, married couples, to have children.
Yeah.
Then also we kind of need to get rid of the language that's being used outside, because it needs to start somewhere, and it has to start within the Catholic circles of like trying and not trying and things like that. Is like, I mean, there are certain circumstances where, there's natural family planning for people and things like that.
Yeah.
But the whole general language of like, oh, we're trying now and we're not really trying now is a bit, because it's like you mentioned, there's got to be an openness to life.
Yes.
So I mean, there's just things even within language that we can sort of change to not put that pressure on, and also to change the way we see, because that trying and not trying then again takes away from the fact that they're a gift. So it was something that just popped in my head as you were talking. Do you mind if I ask you just a couple more questions?
Yeah, go for it.
On what's been said so far? Thank you. All right, guys. Does your foot roll in like mine, or maybe even roll out? Or do you just need general treatment for nail and skin care? For any problems with my feet, I go to MJ Podiatry. They're a mobile home visit network servicing all of Sydney, offering expert podiatry care for general treatments, sports injuries, custom orthotics, ingrown nails and footwear advice, and offer NDIS and home care packaging. visit mjpodiatry.com.au, call 0412 389 278, or email info@mjpodiatry.com.au to book your appointment today. Use code ATG10 for 10% off your treatment. Cool. So I hope you don't mind as well. I was writing as you were talking, just so I wouldn't forget. I hope you didn't think I was being rude or anything.
No, not at all. I didn't even notice, to be honest. So.
Oh, good. I'm glad. So there was another thing that you... Actually, no, I'll start with this one. So when you were first married and those first, few years of like hardships and things like that, firstly, what a testament to your wife. Like, God bless her for sticking around, sticking strong. But that's a scary... The thoughts that you had about God not being happy with you because of the decision you made, that's genuinely scary. Like, just to hear that you went through that. Because that's something that, like, I always imagined... If you were to tell me to picture God's face, right? Yeah. Obviously, you would imagine Christ, the human, the Son. But I always imagined him looking at me with disappointment or like at least a seriousness, like the seriousness of a strict teacher. You know, right. Of like, don't mess about. Otherwise I'm here, like I'm waiting to punish you. That was. For such a long time, that was the face I imagined of Christ. Yes. And then it's taken me a while, and sometimes it's still not, the natural thing that I think. But I've come to realize that Christ's face is not that. It's not a perpetual disappointment in us. It's one of love, and like, he just wants what's best for us, and he knows what's best for us, and he wants it for us, and it's just one of genuine love, right? So, in saying that, how do you get from the metaphoric, seeing Christ's face as kind of disappointed and things like that? I know you had those sort of moments, but I can only imagine there must have been, in between those moments, there had to have been some sort of gradual understanding that, hey, God's not looking at me with that face. He's actually happy with me. How did you get there?
Well, it's like with all things. Like with the faith, is that I at least knew that conceptually, in terms of, when I'd play it over logically, God gives us freedom. We are free to choose a good, whether it's marriage, whether it's priesthood, and he's not vindictive if we choose one or the other. And so I know that, like in the sort of, in a conceptual sense, I know that God is not, that I can choose both. But it was more emotionally and sort of what I actually believed, that needed to align with that concept. And that took time, and some of the main moments were those moments that I described. But one of the sort of ordinary day-to-day things was just trying to do my duties well. Just trying to be the best husband that I can be, and to be grateful. So that point that I mentioned where I made an intentional effort to see the goods of marriage and be grateful for them. That was probably the main thing, is to just see those goods and to affirm them, and to sort of focus on them rather than focusing on the goods that I had lost in the priesthood, for example, or the goods that I didn't pursue in the priesthood. And it was just that. And then when you go through and you experience the joys and you settle into a way of life, then everything catches up, if you like. That was the main thing that got me through. Another thing that I didn't mention that I think helped get me through was I think I have a greater appreciation now of God's mercy and His love for us. In like you were saying, it's that when we speak of disappointed faith, there are a lot of assumptions that go into something like that. One of which is normally there's an expectation that you'll do something good, and that's what someone thinks, and then you don't do it, and they find out you didn't do it, and then they're disappointed.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But with God, there isn't that process of Him not knowing what we're going to do. So He's never surprised. He's never disappointed by virtue of a surprise.
Yeah.
He always knows what we're going to do, in a sense. And so understanding sort of God already foreseeing our sins before we see it ourselves, and knowing how He'll use, our choices for our good and for our salvation, is like focusing on that has helped me. And then having that appreciation of God's mercy, like I've always had an appreciation of God's mercy, right? And I've always had a sense that there's nothing that we can do that merits salvation. It's a sheer gift, right? Me not pursuing the priesthood, if you like, has made me appreciate the gift of salvation more. And I can say more sincerely that, if I come to heaven and, I stand before God and He says, "Why should I let you in?" The only thing that I can say to Him is, "Because your Son died for me, and because you're merciful to me." Not because, I've done X and Y for you. Now, I think I have a deeper appreciation for that now, given that I hadn't gone on to be a priest, and part of that journey has been me having to sort of come to terms with the failure, because ultimately part of me, having disappointment in myself, feeling guilty, part of it is kind of like I felt like I failed God in a sense, and that maybe there was in my subconscious prior this sense of, well, I'm achieving something by being a priest. You know what I mean? I'm achieving, but I'm not really. And I guess I suppose I have a greater appreciation of God's mercy. And I think I'm more humbled by it. I think, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know what I've been like as a priest, because I'm not that. I'm this now. But I at least in my experience, that sort of conviction, that interior conviction, as in the way that what I really believe interiorly is that, there's nothing I can do to earn salvation, is stronger now than what it was previously. So focusing on some of the spiritual goods that God has blessed me with now, and through that time, that difficult time, focusing on those things has really helped me, be where I am.
Beautifully said again. On gratitude, this isn't so much a question as it is just a point, I guess, that I'm making, but it's such a huge thing that I've, thank God, that's one of the things that comes easier to me, is gratitude, that I understand that people can, struggle with. But it's like the basis of just living a happy life is just to understand that, again, it's that same sort of thing. You're not entitled to what you have. You're not even entitled to your life necessarily. We have a right to life in so much as it's a gift not given by us that we can just take away.
Yeah.
So even our life, is not something that we're entitled to necessarily. It's a gift from God. And so even if everything in our life, which very rarely is the case, that everything in life is going wrong, though we feel like it is, even if that's the reality that everything in life is going wrong, the fact that you woke up today is a gift in itself. And so we can say thank you for that. You know,
and
we
that's
can be
it.
grateful for that.
That's precisely it, is really learning to be grateful for those things.
Yeah.
Like those basic goods which we take for granted. That's the key, is that simplicity of being able to recall gratitude. I'll add something to that, to what you're saying, is that sort of the word for grace in Latin is gratia, which means thanksgiving, which means gratitude. And you can only receive grace in proportion to your gratitude.
Wow.
So, gratitude is absolutely essential for us receiving grace and growing in grace.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, that needs to be a short, please. I love that.
Yeah.
And I love that I'm going to listen back to. Honestly, I just want Sarah to make that little short for me to just watch back constantly to reflect on. But yeah, that's going to take me time to actually to reflect on. That's beautiful. Oh, I love that. And I love that. It was Father, is it Daniele Russo? That was when you said Father Russo.
He didn't say that to me, but he was saying I had not mentioned anything positive.
Yeah, I love that he did that.
Yeah,
I love it.
It was so important. It was crucial.
Yeah, because we need that reminder sometimes, even in daily life. Like Sarah, let me know if you mind me saying this, or we can cut it. But like sometimes, and I'm not saying I'm perfect at this and like pointing the finger at everyone else, by the way. I'm just using this as an example. But, you know, sometimes Sarah will call me, or she'll get in the car or something. I'll pick her up. And it's been the worst day. You know, this went wrong, and this went wrong, and this went wrong, and this went wrong. You know, and I'll sit there and listen. And sometimes I fail in my empathy, you know. But I'll just say, you know, she'll finish off with the rant, and then I'll just say, so what are you thankful for today? You know, and then it'll just shift. You know, like Sarah knows what I'm doing just by asking that, you know, because it's like you just got in. And by the way, Sarah's not the only one that does it. Like most people do it, but sometimes I even do it to Sarah, and she'll say the same thing to me, and I'll be like, nice, nicely done. So we can do that, you know, and we just need that little reminder, and it changes our whole, I suppose, disposition towards everything, towards our day, is just by someone reminding you that, okay, you've just come in and said, you know, basically that everything is wrong, but it's not. Here's the reminder. What are you thankful for today? And Sarah will always answer the question in her humility. She'll always, you know, recognize what's happening and answer the question. And I think we just need those little reminders, like Father Russo, to just say, hey, like, it's easy. Chris Stefanik, I heard one say, and it was like a mic drop. He said it's natural to look at all the negatives basically going on in our life. And he said, but aren't you sick of living in the natural? And I thought, that's beautiful. Yeah. Like, why are we just okay with saying, oh, well, it's just normal for us to look at the bad things, you know, because then it makes us aware, and we can blah, blah, blah. But it's okay. Don't be naive, but you need to be grateful. It's not about putting rose-colored glasses on and thinking that everything in life is okay. It's about accepting that things aren't okay, but I mean, there are other gifts, but there's also gifts within that, even within the struggles that we go through.
Absolutely, and that's the key. Is like if we know we speak as Catholics that God's always working.
Yes.
You know, and He's always working, and He's always drawing us closer to Himself. You know, that's just constant, eternal. You know, and if we're unable to gratitude is kind of like a medium, or sort of a conduit in which we realize where God is working. If we don't have that, and we're overly negative, then we're not identifying where God is working. And therefore, when we're like, you see that generally sometimes in the spiritual life and in the life of faith, there's so many things that we can be upset about that aren't going right, that we can really sort of hone into and sort of say, well, this isn't right. But when our life of faith becomes predominantly negative, and it's just negative and negative and negative, it's not a problem with the world outside. Well, it can be, but the bigger problem is our own vision, is our own perspective on things and dispositions, because we know God is working as an objective fact. He's always working. And He's always working in our lives. He's always drawing us closer to Him. And if we can't identify that, then it's our problem. It's not not the problem with reality or God's problem. It's us not having the right frequency, and we're not tuned into the right station to sort of pick up what God is doing. And that's where we should be,
Oh, that's beautifully said, yeah. I feel like I'm babbling and then you're articulating really well, like what I'm saying babbling, and also just adding to it. So I'm like, this is beautiful.
We're both babbling.
No, not at all. Yeah, you've articulated everything you've said so well. And beautifully said. There's so much I can say on gratitude, but I think one day I just need to dedicate a whole episode to gratitude and just talk about it, because there's so much that can be said. One day, God willing. The last thing on what's been said already is there's a real sense of within a lot of families that I've come to realize, where, I mean, most of the time it's on the parents, but a lot of the time it can be on the kids as well, where they feel like if they're going to church, then they're all they're all good. I'm praying, I'm going to church, I'm speaking to priests, I'm doing this, whatever. But then they come home and their obligations at home, their duties at home are completely neglected. And so, I guess, how would you speak to that situation of, well, I think I'm okay because I'm going to church, but then you get home and your kids aren't emotionally supported, aren't physically supported, aren't spiritually supported or anything. Or you're disobeying your parents or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a keen insight. I think the way that we don't really know where we are in the spiritual life. Only God knows, and it's for good reason, I think, that way, because it stops us from being too pumped up and, proud about ourselves and our achievements. But one of the ways in which we can get some indication of where we are is how we fulfill the duties of our state in life. So if we're praying well and living our faith well, that will be translated in the way that we behave in our life. So, for example, someone that's a married man, if he's spending 2 hours a day in prayer, but then he's at home and he's miserable and his house is upside down and he's very difficult to get along with, and so on and so forth, then he's probably not, his prayers aren't really being effectual. They're not really sort of being fruitful, if you like. But the way in which we judge where we are in the spiritual life is not so much in the hours of prayer that we have or the time of prayer that we have, but in the way that we live our life outside of that. So like, you're getting more patient, you're able to be more accessible to others. You're able to sort of put others' needs before yours, and so on and so forth. That's what I would say, is that you need to sort of, those things that are integral and obligatory, if you like, duties of your vocation, you need to be doing those things well. And if you're not, then you're probably not in a good place spiritually either. So that's an indication of that. So we shouldn't be judging, our state in the spiritual life by the way that we feel when we pray, or by the amounts of time that we're spending in prayer. I mean, it's good to have that structure and to have that in place, but how effective that is going to be shown outside. When we're sort of just in the way that we're kind of dealing with people, and especially those closest to us, those intimate. I remember, having a moment like that myself, similar sort of at home, right? When my mum was still alive, I could have been in the seminary, I can't remember, or just about to discern to go in or something like that. And I remember praying or sitting there, in my room praying and thinking about being a missionary, going somewhere, being some glorious saint that's, like Saint Ignatius of Loyola, or one of the missionary saints, and doing something like that,
Yeah.
And then my mum knocks on the door and says, "Michael, can you go to the shop and get some milk?" And I'm like, "Get it yourself." You know what I mean? And I go, you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, well, instead of fantasizing about what I need to do over there, or am I going to be some sort of missionary that's going to convert souls in some third world country that doesn't know Jesus, is not, that's delusional. What's real is, "Mum, I'll go and get the milk for you." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if there's this kind of like, you're having these kind of high ideas, which is good to have. Sometimes God calls people that way, yeah? But it's usually after you've lived those ordinary, duties of your state to perfection or close to, before God calls you to do something, very magnanimous and extravagant, like something like that, very heroic. So, focusing on your concrete reality, how that's going, pay attention to that,
Wow. Yeah, that's powerful. Because I've said this on the podcast a number of times. So again, sorry for people who are hearing this for I don't know, the fifth time or something like that. But I didn't realize growing up that I was in a privileged position with, in terms of my family dynamic. Mum and dad both in the home, good relationship with both of them. They both showed me plenty of love. We weren't materially rich by any means. We were probably on the other end more so than I knew at the time. But that meant nothing to me, because I was what was lacking in material stuff was made up for in just in everything else, basically, So I've come to realize now, growing up, that not everyone is in that same position. There are a lot of broken families, a lot of, to just be blunt, there are a lot of, at this point at least, failed fathers and mothers.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's sad to see, but there are also some who have come to understand are not just, way on the other end of, like, they've neglected their children and all this stuff, or, children are neglecting their duties at home to their parents. There's also, like, there's a closer to the middle kind of side, where they're, like I mentioned, they're going to church and things like that. So that's really struck me. So that was really, really powerful to hear. Yeah. Is that you can measure it by those duties. And somewhat, also good to hear for me. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, that's a good clarification. And that's good for me to hear as well, because obviously I'm not always the perfect son, or the perfect partner, or perfect brother, or whatever it is. All right. Was there anything that we missed in your story?
I don't think so. Now? Not that I can recall. There probably is. How do you go over a period of, almost 15, 16 years in a couple of hours? You can't go through everything without missing. But I think the main points I've relayed the main,
beautiful,
experiences.
Awesome. As long as there's not something you were hoping to mention that I haven't.
No.
Beautiful.
I don't think so. No.
All right. Well, we now get to the person that sits before us, and you mentioned that you had this desire for ministry and things like that, to serve.
Yes.
And there was comfort in knowing that you can still do that as a married man.
Yep.
And so here you are, still doing that as a married man.
Yes.
and as a father. So you are, I've written it down here so I wouldn't get the order wrong, life, marriage and family officer.
That's correct. Yeah.
Cool. And I know we started off with you kind of
Yeah.
explaining the differences and things, but what exactly do you do on a day-to-day basis in that role?
Day-to-day basis of that role is basically for me to support marriages and to support men's ministry on the local levels. That's how I understand it. So everything that we do in the Life, Marriage, Family office is to help local parishes, namely in the Sydney Archdiocese, primarily because being part of the Sydney Archdiocese, is to support parishes in those areas so that they're faithful. All of the faithful in those parishes have somewhere to be supported through those things. So we kind of over sort of where there is a support to the parishes in those areas. That's kind of as an overview of what my day-to-day is. A big chunk of that time is we do hold certain key events throughout the year that we hope will, draw. The hope will be a support to those, to more grassroots ministries like men's groups, marriage groups, and so on and so forth in parishes, where they can come and be fed and be inspired and then go back to their parishes in order to sort of then, give back or give what they've received from our Lord through those things that we do in the Life, Marriage, Family office. There's obviously more what we do than what I do. But in terms of what I do, so like I said, my main focus at the moment is marriage prep and also men's ministry. So those two, I try and divide my time according to event and things like that. Obviously, a lot of my time now is given over to, crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's, and tying all the loose ends up for the two main men's events this year, the Camino of St. Joseph and the Be Not Afraid Men's Conference. This year. They're both in September, so they're in 2 weeks apart this year. And so a large part of my role then, that's the overall, we're supporting parishes. How we're doing that, we run certain key events and we have certain offerings that we offer parishes. And at this point in time, my day-to-day is kind of just trying to sort of organise and coordinate, with a whole host of other people to get these events organised and make them fruitful experiences for people. So it's now it's kind of like one step removed from grassroots ministry. When I was in uni chaplaincy, that's fully grassroots. Now it's kind of more in sort of in the supporting of grassroots. So there is still that, there still is some engagement in that, but not as frequent. But we're here to kind of empower others to do that, and which is more suitable to my state in life at the moment, and trying to sort of be present at home. You can imagine sort of in ministry, God calls us to give a total gift of self, and it's very easy then, like St. Paul speaks about, the man that's married can't give himself completely to the Lord. He has to worry about his wife and so on and so forth. It's the same sort of thing. So it's a balancing act. And in Life, Marriage, Family office, the way that it's kind of arranged at the moment suits what I can give. So that's a blessing. Is that answer?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
It's planning events and supporting local ministries in marriage space and the men's space.
Beautiful. And how important is it? Like in Catholic circles, I think over the past few years we've become more aware, I suppose, of the attack on the family.
Yeah.
And we speak of that, in terms of the culture, but obviously there's a deeper spiritual root in that.
Yeah.
How important, well, firstly, do you feel a kind of like a sense of pressure in your role to knowing that it's the case now, but then also how important is it for people to take part in the things that you offer or parishes as
okay.
well to take part in the things you offer?
Yeah. I do feel pressure, but it's not pressure from God. Like, Saint Mother Teresa, she had this saying once: God has called me to be faithful, not successful. And I try and live this role that way. I try and be faithful, and success is secondary. So I don't ultimately feel pressure, but I do feel pressure because I'm a human person that has pride and I want to perform well. And in that sense, I feel pressure. So I feel pressure that, if we don't get a good outcome, I've failed in a certain sense. And I want to advance what's been built, not regress. So I do feel that pressure, but I'm praying through my own sinfulness and my own pride to accept that even if things don't turn out as successful as they have in the past, thanks be to God, that I'm giving what I can, and God will make fruitful with what I can give, not what I cannot give. So I have to constantly remind myself of that. So I don't feel an ultimate pressure. That's God's problem. But I do feel the pressure of just any human person in terms of wanting to be successful. Some of which is good, some of which is probably can be purified.
Awesome.
Is that, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. And then how important is it for parishes and people to partake in the...
Well, I mean, marriage, for example, is the fundamental cell of society. Without marriages, we don't have society. Parishes are made up of families. Priests come from families. So the core of everything is good families. We're here. I mean, obviously our resources are limited. There's only 3 of us. There's only so much that we can do in terms of on a grassroots level. But we have enough tools there and offerings, enough resources to empower parishes to do what they can in the space. And I mean, look, it's super important because we all have a particular, we all make up one piece of the jigsaw puzzle of creation in which God has made, and each of us do something so unique that the other cannot do, just like each piece is different and can't fit in any other spot except where it's supposed to go in the puzzle. So we all have a plan. God has called all of us in some way to share in his mission of salvation, and so it's important for those who have a sense or have a stirring in their heart that they might discern or think God is calling them to work in or to do something more in the marriage space or in the men's space, that they try and remain faithful to those inspirations. Obviously you test them and then sort of act on them, and it's very important. Well, the first thing I'd say is just for married couples to put their marriage first before anything else. And like one of the major pitfalls today that we see is just the preoccupation with things other than that most important relationship in life if you're a married person, and need to sort of reorientate themselves. What I try and do, I went to a talk once, one of these Opus Dei recollections after I left the seminary, and a layman gave a reflection in that. And what he said, at least part of what he said, has stuck with me, and I've tried to sort of practice that myself. And, maybe I've plagiarized that too to some extent, but, not meaning to. But basically what he said is that, we'll go to work, men, specifically men, but because he's talking within, with a group of men, but this is across the board. It applies to all married couples, husbands and wives, and even children, sort of part of the family unit. He said that normally when we're at work and whatever profession we're at, we do that, we go to there and we give our full efforts and best efforts are there, and we're on our best behavior, we do our best to negotiate, we do our best to be the best person we can be there. And when we get home, we kind of switch off and we probably become the worst version of ourselves. You know, I mean, part of that is because we're more comfortable with people at home, and that we know that they love us, and so we're able to sort of be a bit more. We can let our guards down, and that's fair enough. But the aspect that he was trying to hint at is that we should have the same intentionality and resolve and diligence when we come home to be the best husband or wife that we can be, rather than place all our best efforts at work. And we need to sort of, if we switch on at work, we need to switch on even more when we get home. And that's something I try to do. So like when I come home from work, on my way home or whatever it is, I try and, I'm not always, I don't always do this perfectly. I probably do it, less perfectly than what I'd like, is to get home and to sort of just be as, docile to what my wife needs and what she wants, attend to my children as I would pay attention to whatever I'm asked to do at work, and to execute it with the same sort of importance almost. But we don't tend to do that. So we, like in practice then, what that is then, and I think this is systemic across society, is that all our value is in what we do professionally. Like, because think about it, when we sort of even introduce ourselves, it's in our language. Oh, so what do you do with yourself? Oh, I'm a this, or I'm a that, or I'm a, we don't start with, or some people do, some Catholics do, because we understand, this is sort of coming more, people are more and more conscious of it, that the first thing, I'm a husband, or I'm a wife, or I'm a mother, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a loved child in this family, whatever it is. You know what I mean? That's what we should lead with, but that's not what we lead with, So there's more, we give more credence and more sort of importance to those things that we do, but not to our marriage. So we value that more as a society, and so we need to shift that culture and put the value back in marriage. And the first way to do that is for married couples to actually be intentional about working at their marriage. And so sitting down as they would in anything and trying to sort of, make it better. Be intentional about it, not just kind of, think it's going to fix itself, because it won't, So that's the first thing. And there's many ways in which to do that, depending on people's circumstances, states of life, capacities. And we have offerings that parishes can use for that on our website, for example, in those three areas. That's what I would say to that.
Wow. No, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Firstly, just on that last thing that you said about the like introducing yourself and things, that is it's just language. Language helps us. It just helps remind us of how we should be thinking, sort of thing.
That's right.
And I remember I was so Father Ronnie, when he was at St. Felix as an assistant parish priest, he had organised for Father Dr. Robert Haddad to come and do a 3-week series of talks, and he asked me to MC, like, so just introduce Robert is really all I had to do. But I don't like public speaking or anything like that. It's not my thing. So I was freaking out. So I was doing all my research and it wasn't plenty of research. It was pretty simple research just to find out, everything about like Dr. Robert Haddad that I had to introduce him as.
Yeah.
And I was really practicing and everything. I had it there, and I was like, okay, cool. I've got this. We got to the night. Had to welcome him in, things like that. And I was really intimidated by him, but he's such a friendly guy. And we got, everyone was set. We're going to start. And I said, please welcome Dr. Robert Haddad. He's a this and this, an author, an apologist, a teacher, whatever else. And I listed all these things about who he was. And I finished and I thought, wow, okay, I didn't do too badly, for my standards at least. And I sat down and I was like, please welcome Dr. Robert Haddad, and everyone clapped. And I was like, oh, my job's done. And I sat down, and then Robert said, I just want to, add to that. He said, you listed all my achievements and things, or whatever it is, my jobs, and I, he was very nice about it. I appreciate that. And he said, but you missed out on my greatest achievements. And I was like, oh no, what did I miss out on? I was like, I'm sure I got all the jobs there. And he said, I'm a husband and a father of, I think, 4 kids, I believe he has. And I was like, oh, that's a good reminder. Like, that's powerful.
Yes, that's right.
You know, that's what that's what he is.
Yes.
You know, and the other things are his jobs and his, you know, smaller vocations, I guess. But yeah, that was the first experience I had of that sort of thing. And it's so important. It is.
Yeah.
Because it reminds us again, of our priorities.
Yeah. And that's what's lacking today.
Yeah.
But you might get to this in your next questions, but if I preempt it, then all the more.
Please, yeah.
You know, is that that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons why marriages struggle is because in the space of men's ministry, men don't understand their own identity. You know, for like you said, the reasons before, poor fathering, many different types and forms of it, and the different, you know, sort of voices that speak in our society that basically, you know, present a different form of masculinity that what we're actually called to, that what actually fulfills us, and what is our true purpose, our true end. So that's one of the, you know, and in terms of like why it's important men who sort of give time to themselves is it's within relationships with one another that they find out who they are. A big part in a father figure, you know, from a father figure, but then also with other like-minded men, because like you said, you mentioned earlier that you saw virtuous people. It wasn't, you didn't read virtue in a book. You might read, you know, to define what the virtues are and understand it, but you saw the virtues, you saw what it was lived like, and you were drawn to that. And for us as men, we're very visual, and we tend to sort of really take seriously what other men say and what other men do. It's just inbuilt in the fabric of reality that men are leaders, and only a leader can lead a leader. You know what I mean? Almost. So only a man, in one sense, will inspire a man to lead, you know, that really call him out, you know, and to sort of be who he's supposed to be. And that's, I think, the importance of men's ministry today is that gathering together, and a lot of this happens with men in informal settings. Like we're having a good conversation here, and it's great, but there is some level of formality to it, you know, which maybe in one sense will restrict what we'll take away from this in one sense. Maybe, you know what I mean? Like, for example, maybe I'm not as free to sort of, and natural in articulating what I would want to articulate in this setting as I would. I mean, this is pretty relaxed, so I feel relaxed, but like just in a more, you know, conversational setting. And I think it's true. Like I've noticed even in my time in university, for example, you know, having a men's group, soon as you put some sort of formality on the group, it's kind of like, oh, no one wants to talk. No one wants to, you know what I mean? It all stops. But you put them in a casual setting, they flourish and they bounce off each other. They inspire one another, you know. And I think that's not to be underestimated in terms of men's groups. And then those men that are really, that are inspired and that they're equipped, that they do more. But we can always do more. It doesn't matter where you are and what stage you are in the spiritual life. There's always something else that you can kind of do that's more outward facing, you know. And but I think that only happens. It's only inspired when men get together. I think that's just, you know, there's I think enough anecdotal evidence of that, you know, and it's the lack of that, whether it be in fathering, good friends, or good community, that men then tend to get lost, you know. And we don't live in a society that appreciates fatherhood, you know, brotherhood, and sort of, you know, community of men as we should. You know, it's something that is undervalued, and men are lost as a consequence, you know.
Sorry.
No. Yeah, I was just going to say, and I think that sort of then the aspect of men's ministry in my role is super important. Is that, and it allows men to have the forum to be inspired, to learn from other men, and sort of become more who God is calling them to be. And my hope and I pray that the upcoming events that we do will do that for men. It has in the past, and I hope that it will do it again in God's grace. Not because I've done it, but because God is calling men and using these platforms, men's ministry, and these events to sort of really inspire people. Which I think it has. For sure. It really has, and it's exciting times, and I think that's why men should sort of rise up, as we say, iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. It's so true,
Yeah, amen. I'm gonna flip this for anyone listening. I'm gonna flip this as well, but I just want to ask, firstly, and then I'll flip it. How important is it for let's just say within this context, a wife to support her husband in having his in like being a part of a men's community, as like without obviously neglecting his duties at home. Yes. But how important is it for a wife to support her husband in having a community of men?
It's very important. Like, I mean, I think just in general, friendships are super important in marriages. Like, you can't be reclusive. That's the whole point of being a community, and that there's something specific. There's a fruit that comes from men gathering with each other, the right groups, that you can't supplement that with anything else. It can only be done in that setting, just that's the fabric of reality. I think that's how it is, right? It's like, my mum can tell me something, my wife can tell me something, and I can hear it, but it might not inspire me. If a man that I respect tells me the same thing, it'll urge me to act, for example. So and I think that's with most men, it's when a man calls another man to do something or calls him out on something, that's when it's taken seriously, and that's why it's important. So like, men need to hear certain things from other men that will bear fruit, and it won't necessarily bear fruit coming from, their mother or their wife or someone else in their family, I think that's why it's important. Is it really, now obviously what I will say, like you said, depending on circumstances, different marriages have different expectations, different dynamics, and some men might be able to give more time to that, some men less, and so on and so forth. And that's up for, each case has to be discerned and sort of, considered separately. But what's important is the quality of the encounter, or of the sort of the sort of time taken out in order to be, strengthened and encouraged to come back. The quality of it counts, not so much, and it might be, that's going to depend on what a couple agrees to as a couple and what their circumstances allow. But it's important,
So then on the other side, I mean, I know that there's someone who's more dedicated to the women's network and things like that.
Yeah.
But if you are able to kind of touch on what do, like, we speak about men and their role as leaders and things like that. And we've spoken, like I mentioned to you earlier, plenty about that on the podcast. But it's always good to have that reminder, and there's always someone new listening.
Yeah,
I hope so. So that's always good. But for women listening, what role do they have in the spiritual life for their family, for themselves, of course, but their families as well?
Okay.
What role do they play?
Well, if I mean, some of these roles, practically speaking, can interchange, between men and women as well, depending on circumstances. But men, if I could define first what I think men are called to do, and then I'll try and sort of show the complementarity with kind of, in the feminine state, not to mansplain, but just to sort of, give a sense to show how the two are complementary. So man is called to lead, to provide and to protect, and that'll happen and his sacrifice is channeled through those, he makes a sacrifice to lead, makes a sacrifice to provide, makes a sacrifice to protect. And there has to be a keen intentionality on behalf of the man to actually make those things sacrificial and not self-seeking, because it's very easy for us to make it. And it's the same for women, but I think it's women are probably naturally more disposed to sacrifice because they are, life bearers. They give to life, and that colours a huge aspect is to who they're supposed to be. So a man is all men are fathers in some capacity, and all women are mothers in some capacity. And when I think of what a woman's, roles are, it's to nurture, to nourish, and to beautify. And I think that those aspects, are sort of indispensable, as well to the house, to life, to a marriage. Like my wife now, thank God, she's able to stay at home, and we're able to survive on a single income thanks to God's providence. And because she has more time now that's not everyone's luxury. Not everyone can, be a stay-at-home mum. But she's able to sort of really sort of bring life to the home, bring life, to beautify it, to nurture our baby girl, to nourish her, to nourish me, to really be free to sort of tend to the concerns of others. And men tend to it in those forms of leading, providing, protecting, but women will tend to it in the way of nurturing and nourishing and beautifying, and sort of taking the gifts of the man and sort of in one sense embellishing them somehow, you know what I mean, and sort of making it something that the man cannot in one sense, you know what I mean, and I think that's what I would say, and I think when women, or both men and women, when we're not preoccupied with other stresses of life, we're able to be more present to those things and to give more to those things, and to do them well. That's what I think. So, and yeah, that I think women naturally do that better than what men. It's more obvious to them, and the natural disposition, I believe, is to do those things. Where for us as men, we do that, we have that intention, but I think sometimes we can sometimes, well, I think both for men and women this is the case, we can neglect, or we can pretend that we're doing it for a good reason, but we're really not. Yeah. And men and women both do that, but I think we have to sort of be a bit more aware of that as the leaders, being a bit more vigilant, with those things. Otherwise, then it can lead to envy, it can lead to, tension, strained relationships, it can lead to, and that's kind of the story of Garden of Eden, right? Something, Eve sins, Adam is held responsible for the sin, and he blames Eve blames him, but it's because of his passivity, that it happened in the first place. And so it's about us initiating, being active in guarding, in protecting and doing all of those things rightly, which isn't always easy and obvious what needs to be done. But and I think one of the ways some of that is kind of like envy is played out is that like a guy might pursue a career and he'll be able to sort of gain some satisfaction in what he does, while a wife might be at home and underappreciated, for example, but he's out kind of, schmoozing and sort of living a life, and it's like, well, I'm providing for the family, aren't I? Yeah. But he's actually sort of not at present as he should be at home. For example, I don't want to sort of put the boot in men, because there's also a lot of forces, sort of in the feminist movement that are sort of undercutting the role of men and make it a lot harder for men to function as they are, and that's also to be called out. But we don't need to get into that.
Yeah. What about women's communities? Are they just as important and effective as men's communities?
I don't know. I would say I can't answer that completely. I don't think they're as necessary for women as they are for men, because they're generally more in tune of what they need to do, and they naturally do it more, as opposed to men. But it's always, I think, still important, like any friendships, like, you know what I mean? Whether it be, I'm sure there's some sort of similar dynamic in terms of the support, wives and mothers will get from their friends, when they speak about, wife and mum stuff, which might inspire them to do at home. They might share ideas, they might, which might also rejuvenate them to come home and to be a better, wife and mother as well. It goes both ways. But I think that men suffer more without male fraternity than what women suffer without female fraternity. I'm happy to be corrected on that, but that's just my impression and my opinion. But it's still necessary, definitely, because like in any relationship, right, in any disagreement, we always get stuck on our perspective of things, Yeah. And it's in order to really sort of be held accountable sometimes, or to sort of see things more objectively, is we need the opinions and the sort of, thoughts and input of others, and then that can happen, you know what I mean? I'm sure like there might be times where I've argued, with my wife, and I'm like, this X and Y and Z, and then I might be called out like, well, actually she's right, and vice versa. It might be where she might think I've done something, and then one of her friends might say, well, actually there's nothing wrong with that, I think that these relationships outside, as long as the intention is for them to be of service and oriented towards your vocation, whatever it might be. So all of these fraternities are not setting up competition with your vocation, but serving your vocation. So I think it's important, like with anything, like, whether it be for rest, for, recreation, whether it be for getting advice, we all need other people, Like I say, it's you need a village to raise a family, they're the saying. So I think it's, for all marriages and all vocations, you need community to help you be who God wants you to be.
Amen. So then, I mean, I'm not a dad, right?
Yeah.
But I ask this, I hope no one really gets like upset with the question I'm about to ask, but do you think, so in a similar way where I asked, like, how can women better support men,
mm-hmm.
In seeking like a male community? a lot of what I know, which is not much, to be honest. So
yeah.
But a lot of the time, like women are more, from what I've experienced, women are more hesitant to leave the house. Not just, a lot of it is because of the bond and the nurturing and things like that they have with their children, and it's it's hard to just leave for even for a night. But also a lot of the concern tends to be that they can't leave the dad alone with with the children. So can fathers? Do you think fathers can do a better job in I suppose parenting to allow a bit more freedom for their wives to nurture their own spiritual life?
I mean, I don't know this because that's very specific, right?
Yeah.
It's very specific. It's hard. Each case has to be sort of dealt with specifically. But I mean, I suppose what I would say, sort of in a general sense, is I think really working at communication, with a husband and wife working at their communication, and especially the husband then trying to sort of alleviate or respond to any apprehensions that his wife might have. So, it might not happen straight away, but it might be like, okay, well, really getting to the real reasons as to why a wife might not want to leave a child with the father. You know what I mean? And then for the father to really, in one sense, I don't like to say this, but prove to his wife that he will do his best to sort of alleviate that anxiety or apprehension, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's then, like, this is where it can get complicated. Maybe there isn't a justified reason to be anxious, but it's just more, that the wife maybe is just, her impression of her husband is that he can't do it, but it might not be true in reality, but that's her, and then there might not be anything that he can do because it's her perspective, which she really needs to sort of work through. It's basically whatever it might be, like a lack of trust or whatever it is, that she might need to work at. And in that case, I suppose there's no remedy except for sometimes, it might require a third party to sort of come in and to sort of say, well, look, just relax. That's not the case. I don't know. Like that might be, or it might. But I would just say, let's just take it to be true. For the husband to just be like, okay, well, what will it take for you to go? I want to give you time to go and see your friends. What are the arrangements that you would be comfortable with? And then see what comes out of that conversation. Like it might be like, I'm worried that, you're just going to stay on your phone and, baby's going to fall off the steps or something like that. Or you're not going to feed the baby or whatever it is. You know what I mean? And which is, I think, that happens to me. Like I'll look after Alma sometimes and I'll get a call from my wife and she'll say, have you fed her? And I'll be like, oh, I haven't, you know what I mean? But it hasn't come to my mind type, and like, but I will, but like, I'm just not as apprehensive about, I know she's not going to die. She'll be fed, not that that's what my wife thinks anyway, but like, keeping in check. So I don't know, maybe sort of trying to troubleshoot some of the apprehensions and see if you can, so like say it is that, so like, okay, well, I'll leave my phone in the drawer and I'll lock it up. I'll set a timer for, that will remind me to feed the baby or something like that. I don't know whether those things would, alleviate some of the anxiety and things like that. But that's what I'd suggest, is doing that. Or maybe then providing an alternative, like, okay, well, maybe I'll, take Bub to I'll go with Bub to your sister's place or whatever, whatever, or your mum's place or whatever it might be, so that there's a sense of like, okay, there's a sense of comfort, or at least I know baby's going to be okay while I go out. So just try and accommodate that as much as a guy can, as much as a husband can, if and encourage as well to sort of do that.
Well, I know. I realize, that I that question was specific, but I really appreciate all the considerations that you kind of pointed out just in that one one scenario, because it's not just like this umbrella thing. Even though it was a specific situation, there's not one umbrella answer over that. It's like there are even more considerations in it. Bless you. We usually get. On the podcast we've had it, but whenever you're at sort of a vocations talk or something like that, you get the general question of how do you what kind of advice do you give someone who's discerning, the vocation of marriage, right? But I want to ask, if it's okay with you, something a little bit more, I guess, specific again, which is for anyone listening who is in a relationship at the moment, discerning marriage together, or potentially not even having considered marriage and just with someone at the moment, what advice would you give them, those who are in a relationship, unmarried, hopefully on their way to marriage, in terms of discernment and putting Christ as in the center of their relationship? Sorry.
Well, yeah, sense? I mean, look, the first thing I would say in the case that there isn't an obvious intention to the relationship, which is what sometimes the relationships form that way. That's the problem today with understanding dating or like seeing each other or courting or whatever words you want to use to describe a particular stage of a relationship. But one of the main issues is not having a purpose, not having defined the relationship, as might be called just more broadly, even in non-religious terms. And I think that's the first thing you need to do, is you need to sort of come to a consideration of where am I, where are we going with this, what stage are we at in the relationship. That's the first thing. Second thing I would say, sort of as a Catholic man, looking at dating and relationships from the Catholic worldview, which I believe is the objective truth of that, is that your relationship should be ordered towards holiness, should be ordered towards virtue. Your relationship should be something leading you to God, not leading you away from God. And so the first questions to ask yourself and each other, does this relationship make us closer to God, or is it conducive to making us closer to God? And if not, why not? How can we make it so? So that's the first thing. The second thing, defining, and then the relationship should be always centered on God. And the way that we do that practically is by trying to discern virtue in the other person. So not just virtue, okay? So virtue is kind of like, those high values and ideals. I don't like the word values, but the virtues, those behaviors and worldviews and perceptions of reality that you both are moving towards. So you need to sort of discern whether you both have the same value system and hierarchy of goods. So all the sort of priority of goods need to align in an objective sense. So you need to work through those things. That's important. Then you also need to look at, which is important, very important, which is on par with the virtue, is compatibility. How compatible are you? And is your goals in life, which is part of the hierarchy process, but more just generally the rhythm of your life, the way that you live your life, is it compatible? Can it work? Is it sustainable? You know what I mean? You need to have the fundamentals, but then they also have to have these kind of character traits that you do well to align. I think they're good to look at, because otherwise you might have, it can create strain and tension in the relationship, because you're pursuing a certain goal, behaving a certain way in just like superficial things, might not be, something that the other is capable of, For example, let's just say a very broad sort of example that you have introverts and extroverts, and they sort of attract, and there's a spectrum, right, of that. But a super extroverted person probably is not compatible to a super introverted person. Now, they can make it work if they've got faith and they have the same hierarchy of values, but just generally, it's harder to gel. Why? Because this person is, say, wants to entertain all the time, has to always be with people, is always out, always has friends over, and the other person is like can't cope with that, for example. And then this person can't cope with, the extrovert person can't cope with just all the downtime that an introvert person has. And my wife and I are kind of a bit like that, and I use this not to that extreme, right? But it's kind of like just our perceptions on things, and which is something we need to kind of negotiate. And it's kind of in that section. It's like, for example, there are in some aspects where we're very compatible, but then there's other aspects where we're not sort of that compatible. And one of those aspects is like, for me, the goal of doing things is to finish them so that I can rest. And to me, the end is to rest.
Yeah.
Right. Where my wife rest, or what is considered to me to be the best use of time, for her is considered to be the greatest waste of time. So she's more, she likes to be more active, likes to do things. She's task oriented, and she finds meaning and fulfillment in doing those things, where I do them insofar as I'm finished them so I can do nothing.
Yeah.
Where she does them and she appreciates the journey. That whole thing is kind of life-giving for her. So for me, what is my end, which is to do nothing, for her is the biggest waste of time. And so like, we just have to learn to navigate that. If we were both kind of more task-oriented, or both kind of, like downtime more, that would make things easier, So I think that's something to look at, is that compatibility. Now, it doesn't have to, like my wife and I aren't, 100% compatible. Yeah. There's always incompatibility. The main one is you're male and she's female. And that's already incompatibility. Like in one sense, in the way that you approach the world and the way that you see things is already so different. Yeah. The psychologists, and you have to learn to appreciate and to understand the other. That's part of it. But like just more in general things, like another aspect is my wife loves traveling, where I don't really care for traveling, and if I was a bit more, into traveling, that would be another sort of area of compatibility, which would make things a little bit easier, for example, in our sort of compromises of things. Yeah. So those are sort of things. And it's not bad to sort of say, look, I don't want to be with someone, although, look, maybe this isn't to be encouraged today, because a lot of people make too many excuses as to why they shouldn't pursue a relationship. But let's just say, like in a relationship where, people want to be someone wants to be in a relationship. If there's something like this that they foresee that they think is not, they're going to struggle with, or they're not compatible, then it's something to consider. And there's it's not a bad thing to break off a dating relationship if one of the persons thinks that this isn't, I don't want to pursue this for my life. You know what I mean? Although I think today there's probably too many uncompromising expectations people have rather than not. So in real time, I'd probably encourage people to be more accommodating rather than less accommodating. But these are things to sort of look at. So yeah, God-centered, virtue-oriented, and sort of compatibility. And you just need to have conversations around those things. So they're the main things. So like we look at, what our church values. What is the vocation of marriage? What are the main promises? What do they require? And then you just got to talk through them. That's what I did with my wife. Do you want this? Can you do this? Yes. You go through it intentionally and you move towards. And all the time paying attention. Can I get closer to God this way?
Yeah.
And then you pursue. That's what I would say. One thing that I will emphasize is just do it. Right? You know what I mean? Ask a girl out. Try it. Don't there might be I know there isn't in our culture today, it's not, there's a lot of sort of unideal, circumstances in which it might make it hard for a guy to ask a girl out, and even for a girl to accept a guy asking her out. And that just exacerbates the whole problem of rejection and trust and so on and so forth. But you can't discern marriage in the abstract. You need to do it with a person, because you're not getting married to an idea. You're getting married to a person, and you need to be in a relationship with someone and work and nut these things through. That's what I would say. So you need to all get those things. And one, I think, which is super important, is you have to be willing to commit in good and in bad. You have to be willing to grind to be faithful, and expect the grind. That's what I would say. You need to sort of please God that the worst things don't happen, but you need to sort of consider that they could happen, and you need to be resolved to work through those things. That's what I'd say. I can talk more if you want, yeah, I don't know whether you want to say something.
Oh, that's okay, please.
All right. So,
Yeah,
for example, I think you hear common. I'll use myself as an example first. Like, for example, before I got married, when I got married, I resolved that even if my wife cheated on me, I wouldn't separate from her. I would work through that. Wow. And I think these are sort of hypotheticals couples should think about before they make a commitment. And they have to resolve to go through that. Now, would that be hurtful? It would be super hurtful. Will it require forgiveness, reconciliation? Will it include bitterness and anger? Yes, it will include all of those things. But they need to be worked through. And I'm resolved to work through that. I use myself as an example and say, in the case that if my wife cheated on me, is because it puts me in the place of doing the hard thing, rather than just saying in an objective sense, couples should be willing to forgive one another's infidelities. For example, now I'm not speaking about, if you're in a dating relationship and someone cheats, then maybe that's a reason. Could be a reason to break up because you're not married yet, and so on and so forth. But if you're resolved to get married to this person, and you resolve to be faithful, and they resolve to be faithful, and something happens in the marriage, you have to be willing to forgive that and move forward, which is different from. I'm not going to get into the case of now in a case of serial infidelity or ongoing infidelity, things like that, maybe separation is required. Whether divorce or whether annulment is to be granted, that's a separate case altogether. But that's an example. Is for example, your discerning marriage. Are you willing to forgive Sarah if she was to cheat on you? Not to say that she would cheat on you, and vice versa, right? Are you willing to forgive and to work through that? Are both of you willing? Say, God forbid, but one of you has a car accident, or let's say I have a car accident, or my wife has a car accident, and they're quadriplegic and they can't walk for the rest of their life, to care for them for the rest of their life, to be able to virtually have to live celibacy for the rest of your life. are you willing to go through that length? Are you willing to maybe be bankrupt in the case of a financial misstep? Are you willing to forgive, to work through that? There are all of these things that need to really be considered, before you get married. And I don't want to scare any couples, but these are all possibilities, and you might not think about them, but they can happen. And it's important at least to have an interior resolve to work through them. How you will actually work through them, or how I would actually work through them, if it happened, I don't know, how I would react, how I would respond. But it's important, I think, to come with the resolve that, yes, if they do happen, this bond is not, it doesn't mean that this bond is broken. It means I need to work through it, and that's part of what it is to be married, for better or for worse, richer or poorer, sickness and in health. All of these things are and I think that's what needs to be considered is the commitment, willing to grind, and that's when I married my wife. Was what I was even though it was difficult for me, I was resolved to be committed, despite some of the sort of incompatibilities and things that naturally would come up. Is like, well, I just need to work through it. We need to work through this, and both of us were resolved that way. And both of us come from broken families as well. So we know the impact of what divorce has on people. Yeah. So that's what I would. Hopefully I'm not waffling too much on that.
Not at all.
But that's what I would say in terms of discerning. It needs to be concrete. It needs to be intentional. It can't be just up in the clouds, like nice thoughts and ideas. You need to really communicate. You need to nut it out, and you have to be willing to sort of grind.
Just quickly, I fully agree with that. Like that, they're things that, because when you make that vow of to your partner through for richer and poorer, through sickness and health, things like that, you need to understand what you're actually promising.
Right. Yeah,
and that means that in these certain situations, are you promising to remain faithful in them? And I have thought about those things. I'd never thought about it in that sense of like, I need to understand what I'm actually promising. Like, it was never a conscious thought. But I've just thought about it because I thought that's what I need to promise. I don't know. I say it's not conscious, but they're kind of what's going in my mind is like, I've had to consider that. Now, in saying that, right, I had a friend of mine from my old work who said to me that he's got tattoos and stuff, but he said to me he refused to get, his wife wanted to get matching tattoos of each other's faces or names. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah. And to be honest, in both those in both cases, they seem strange to me to get, tattoo of someone's face or name. Like you're going to forget them or something. I don't know, but whatever. But he said he didn't want to do it, and I was like, fair, because I think it's strange too. But then when he said his reason, I thought, oh, okay, that didn't sit well with me. I've mentioned it on the podcast as well before, so sorry again. But he said, what if we get divorced? Then I'm stuck with a tattoo of my wife's face or name, right? And then I thought it didn't really sit well with me when he said it, and I wasn't sure why. And then I've thought about it since, and it was like a weird. I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I thought it's just strange to me that he would act. So, like, again, don't be naive, right? Yeah. So you need to understand that there's a possibility of these things. I get that. Yeah. But to act with the motivation that it could that you guys won't be together forever, or with the motivation that there's a possibility that you won't be together, I'm like, oh, I don't know about that. It didn't sit well with me because I'm not a fan of him getting the tattoo, but the motivation was what I had an issue with. Was like, I'm not going into my relationship with Sarah, and then, God willing, I'm not going to go into marriage with Sarah acting based on the thought that this
might not
work out. Like, that won't be
Yeah.
my motivation. I understand that that's a possibility, not one that I am necessarily willing to go through.
Yeah.
But like, I understand that, it is possible. But it doesn't motivate the actions it doesn't motivate
that's
my
right,
actions, right?
You don't behave given, that's not a sort of a reason to act.
Yeah.
So make choices on that.
Yeah. Would you well, firstly, would you agree with that, or would you say?
I mean, I like I said at the start, like even in my own story, is that I don't think any decision that we make should be made, especially in sort of discerning, say, be made for a negative reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, negative meaning, like you're doing this in order to avoid that.
Yeah.
For example, like, I'm joining the priesthood because I'm scared to get divorced. I'm scared I'm not going to be able to be in a sustained marriage, for example.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. I'm going to be married because I don't think that, I can be faithful to the vows of a priest, for example. I mean, that might be true, and you have to discern whether you have that capability, definitely. But it shouldn't be the primary reason for discerning a vocation. You discern a vocation because you are drawn to fulfilling a good of that vocation, and you focus on doing that good thing rather than doing something else so that you avoid a certain evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And I think it's never helpful to get in a habit of doing that, making decisions based on negative what ifs. Like, for example, what if this or what if that? That's not, just generally, I don't think that's a good principle. And in terms of, I'd agree with you in terms of a tattoo. I mean, I wouldn't get tattoos anyway, but like you, but like. Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's the right way to discern something,
Yeah.
But look, even if we do, even if decisions are made that way, which they are by a lot of us, we all do it, subconsciously. God still works with that, We just have to sort of, if it happens, acknowledge, or that, this was a misstep. How can I sort of rectify that? How can I use this? How can God use this now for my betterment rather than for my detriment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask, but I think it's kind of been answered now. Not kind of. I think it's clear in what we've just spoken about. How it's different, how that mentality of discerning things kind of with the thought that, I'm not going to do that because we could get divorced one day. How that mentality is different to considering these things could go wrong. Am I willing to stay faithful through them? But I think that's pretty clear through them.
I mean, just to add to that as well, like, it might seem a bit contradictory in what I was just saying, in terms of, like, there are some things that we need to consider whether we can do or not, and sometimes if it's an incompatibility, then we might not go through with it. That might sound like it's a negative choice as well, or like this isn't making me, growing closer to God. It might seem like that's a negative thing, but it's not in that sense. It's about discerning to see, where this relationship goes and to get a really accurate sense of where it's at. It's all part of the discernment process. But ultimately, the reason why, say in that circumstance, you choose not to pursue a relationship with this person for whatever of those reasons, it's not because you fear that relationship isn't going to work out, but you believe and discern that there's a better opportunity. Not that people are opportunities, or that, like, in a sense, but there's somewhere else God wants you to go ultimately, not here. But you're just considering all the aspects of these things, just like our Lord says about, in the scriptures, who goes to war with, I can't remember the exact number of men against another kingdom that has more men, without discerning whether he can actually win the battle. Otherwise, he'll go and sue for peace. Or who starts building a building unless he knows he can build it completely, And so it's about that. It's about looking at it that way. Is that, can I fulfill the duties of this relationship? Can I give to this person what they need, what they require? And sometimes it's yes, and sometimes it's no. Not through any fault of the couple, but just because of, where God might be calling them, for example, But in dating, it's a bit complicated in that you can't sort of hypothetically know that you're going to be better with someone else than with this person. You know what I mean? You can't know that, The only sort of alternative that might work is when you say you're in a relationship and one of you feels called to religious life. And so they pursue that because they feel God's calling them there rather than there. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it is the case that God might call, I'm dating this person, but now God's calling me to marry that person while you're in a relationship with this person. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's kind of, you discern, no, this isn't it, then you kind of...
Yes.
Now, I'm sure that happens in real time, in real life, but yeah, it's not the ideal way that you would do things,
For sure.
Is that, hopefully that clarifies.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So it's always a positive thing that you're pursuing rather than a negative.
Yeah. That does make sense.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the advice that you gave, because we don't always hear that. Sometimes we're so focused on getting to the first date, basically, to getting in that relationship, but then the process within that actual relationship towards marriage, we kind of forget about until we're there, and then we're lost and we don't know where to go. Yeah. So I appreciate that. I don't know how much time, more space we have on the cameras, but we're going to wrap up anyway. You mentioned, is there? Not much. Okay. Well, we're wrapping up anyway, but you already mentioned 2 events coming up in September.
Yep.
So we have the St. Joseph's Camino.
Yep.
And the Be Not Afraid Men's Conference.
That's right. Yep.
Can you speak into each of those and maybe even a little promotion, I guess, for each of those events for any men listening?
So the St. Joseph's Camino is something that has, it's an overnight pilgrimage for men, specifically designed for men to do something that's difficult, that's to do something that's patterned after our model for masculinity, Saint Joseph, to walk in his steps, to do, to make the sacrifices that he made. It's for us to grow in brotherhood, to be inspired by one another, to do that in faith, and to bear witness to our faith publicly, in that. And there's countless stories where men have attended this event, and they've been inspired to start their own men's groups, and they've had it's been inspirational to them. There've been a few Catholic Weekly articles that have come out to sort of highlight those things, and if you just type in in Google, for example, Camino, a Catholic Weekly Camino of St. Joseph, there'll be, several articles that'll come up that you can read about how it's inspired men to take the lead in their families and to be the best husbands they can be, or just be the best men that they can be, to be more active in building communities of faith-filled men and things like that. That's what it's about. So it's about men growing into the men they're supposed to be in a community of men, to be inspired by them, and to be inspired by Saint Joseph, and also to honor Saint Joseph. In the past, the event has been on a feast day, or on a weekend close to one of the feast days of Saint Joseph, either in March or in May, for his main feast on the 19th of March, or on the 1st of May for St. Joseph the Worker. But this year, just for logistical reasons, because the event is growing bigger, more planning is needed. So we've had to sort of move the event, and a date that has worked for everyone, at least most people, is the the 5th and 6th of September. And it just so happens that that's Father's Day weekend. And so this year, we have the opportunity of, we're not celebrating a proper feast of St. Joseph, but at least we have the opportunity to Christianize Father's Day on Father's Day weekend. So it doesn't happen on Father's Day. It happens on Friday and Saturday of Father's Day weekend. But I'm seeing that as God's providence, and that God is calling men in the Sydney Archdiocese and beyond to bear witness to Catholic masculinity and Catholic fatherhood, and to propose St. Joseph as the model for all men and all fathers. And so that's I suppose the purposes for the event and what we hope to get out of the Camino. It's also something that is a move in September which providentially makes it more fitting and convenient in the lead up to the IEC, which is the International Eucharistic Congress, which is basically like a big Catholic international event that's happening in our country in 2028, and it's going to be around September time. And the Camino, or the St. Joseph's Camino, being sort of placed at this time of the year, rather earlier in the year, which it looks like it will continue being at this time of year because it's upscaled, and the planning to get it done and to sort of increase and trying to get more men involved and more men inspired and participating just will require more time to plan. But it also means that it might be one of the main events leading into the International Eucharistic Congress, or maybe part of it. I don't know. These are just thoughts that I have that may or may not, come to pass. But it'll be up to the discernment of our team and the Archdiocese and everyone involved to sort of see where this fits. So it's in September. We can honour St. Joseph, and we can also propose him to the wider country as, or at least Sydney metro area as a man for all men. This year, the Camino is happening in the Shire, the Sutherland Shire. So we start at St. Joseph's Como with 8 a.m. Mass. And after Mass, we'll pilgrimage to St. Patrick's Sutherland. At St. Pat's, we'll spend 20 minutes or so in front of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament. We'll have some time of silence. We'll hear a short reflection from the priest of that parish on St. Joseph, and we'll pray a decade of the Rosary together, and then we'll move out and go to the next parish. And so we'll repeat that in each of the parishes that we visit, minus the last one. So we'll then pick up from St. Pat's Sutherland. We'll go to St. Catherine Labouré Gaimea, and again we'll be there. Do the same thing, but I haven't really mentioned this too much, but St. Catherine Labouré, we're in that Jubilee year, and the Archbishop has named a few parishes which are considered pilgrimage sites for the Jubilee year, in which you can obtain a plenary indulgence. And St. Catherine Labouré is one of those parishes. I think there's 12 parishes within the Sydney Archdiocese that are considered places of pilgrimage for this year of Jubilee, especially for those who don't have the available capacity or are able to pilgrimage overseas during the Jubilee year. That's one of the things that the Church and the Pope encourage, is for us to go on pilgrimage. So those that have to remain local, which is, I'm in that category, that we can still pilgrimage, and the Camino of St. Joseph is at least one of those stops, is one of those pilgrimage sites. So it also is an opportunity for those who do want to pilgrimage in the Jubilee year to do that by going on, St. Joseph's, by doing St. Joseph's Camino at Gaimea. Then from Gaimea we go to Our Lady Star of the Sea, Miranda. Then from Our Lady Star of the Sea, Miranda, we go to Our Lady of Fatima, Caringbah. And then we walk down to St. Aloysius, Cronulla, where we have closing Mass when we arrive, which hopefully will be between 6 and 7, followed by a barbecue in the parish there at St. Aloysius in the school grounds after. And that concludes the event. So we start the event with Mass, we walk through the night, we finish the event with Mass in the morning, and we have a barbecue breakfast. And it's a token of, it's something hard, it's something masculine. Men like to do something that requires effort and labor. It's done with other men, it's done with men of faith, and men have been transformed by it. But register. You can, I suppose you can register by going on our website on Maximus, so maximusmensministry.org, I think it is, or .com. I can't remember exactly, but if you just do Maximus Men's Ministry, it's a page on the Archdiocese of Sydney, and on there you have you can register there. You can register. That'll take you to the try booking page to register. So that's one event. That's on the 5th and 6th of September.
Awesome. And we'll add the link in the description. So we'll get the right link and we'll add it in the description of this podcast. And then the men's conference.
The Be Not Afraid Men's Conference. So this is the third year of the Be Not Afraid Men's Conference. Actually, before I go on, back to the Camino. Sorry.
Right.
We want to make this, the planning time worth it. We've delayed planning in order to make it big. And we want to have 1,000 men there. So if you sort of are interested, please register. And for logistical reasons, it's important as well. Just as well as sort of, spiritually it's good because it's kind of like a token and of commitment. But then it also helps us in the planning. It would be sort of unfortunate if, say, only 500 men registered, but then 1,000 turned up, but then the parish preparing the barbecue only provided for 500 rather than 1,000. So please register sooner than later if you are, planning on going on that, just to help us there, and also to help you honour a commitment and to sort of do something. And so then the Be Not Afraid Men's Conference is on the 20th of September, which is 2 weeks after. It's a Saturday. It'll be from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. And the overarching theme is Be Not Afraid. But this year's specific theme is the thorn in the flesh, finding strength in weakness. So that's the sort of subtitle. And the call and the invitation for this year is to invite men to really identify what is your thorn in the flesh. What is that aspect, or what is that area in your life that has wounded you, that causes you to sin, and how can you identify what it is? How can you offer it up to God for healing? And how do you deal with it in real time? That's kind of what we're going to look at. There'll be Mass as well, starting at 7:30, optional Mass in the morning. There'll be breakfast, a light breakfast provided. There'll be talks. We have a range of speakers. So we have Archbishop Julian Porteous, which I'm yet to sort of brief in a little bit more detail, presenting as our keynote. So he's the now retired Archbishop of Tasmania, the diocese there, and he will be talking on engaging the spiritual battle. So, that the motif or the sort of theme of the thorn in the flesh sort of implies some level of vulnerability, some level of, hurt and wound. And it's also important for men to know that in the spiritual life, there is a battle. The devil tries to exploit those wounds. How can we defend against that, as well as bring those wounds to God? So giving a sense of how to sort of protect ourselves while also opening that to God. So Archbishop Julian, His Grace will speak on that. Then we have Robert Falzon, who's a founder of Men Alive, which is he's probably the guy that spearheaded men's ministry in the early 2000s, maybe late 90s, I'm not sure exactly when, in Australia, and he's going to speak on, how do we deal with our wounds and how they correspond to sin. We'll also then have Thomas Yushak, Donor Ministries, or Tomash, as some people might know him. He'll be speaking on how vulnerability is actually being able to be vulnerable is a masculine strength, not a weakness. And he'll speak into that. Then we'll also hear from Father Duncan Wong, who's a priest of the Fraternity of St. Peter. We'll speak on how do we evangelize in our own weakness and brokenness? How do we sort of, even in our own unworthiness and in our own deficiencies, still be on mission? How can we still be on mission? And then we'll have a testimony from Andrew Condolian, who some may or may not know, but he'll speak. He'll basically give his experience that ties all of these things in a real life context. We'll also have some stalls there. I think you will be there to network and thing with a whole lot of store holders and excellent lunch to there and sort of networking and brotherhood, and also opportunity for confession. Last year we had about 500 men attended, and most of those 500 men went to confession, and some after a long time. And there've been guys that have had really, really sort of transformative experiences there too. So that's on the 20th of September, and you can register at Maximus Men's Ministry online.
Beautiful. Thank you, firstly, for the opportunity to hold a stall at the men's conference. I appreciate that.
It's my privilege to have you there.
The honour's all mine. Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do. Like, this is such important work, as we've spoken about. And just from myself, I don't know if I'll add much to it, but if I can encourage any men listening, please do get out to these events. Please, God, I'm trying to make it work to be at the Camino. Okay. I'll definitely be at the
men's conference.
At the conference. But please do try and get out to these events. There, I've known people to be at them. I haven't been to a Camino yet, so I'm really.
I haven't either, so it's my first time as well.
Is it as well?
Yeah,
I'm really hoping to get out, but I've heard all good things. I know of parishes who have really kicked off a men's ministry, their own men's ministry, because of these events. So please do get out. There's nothing but good to come out of it, really. So.
Just to add, you can also have a look at some of the promos and get more information from social media on Instagram and Facebook. Maximus Men's Ministry on Instagram, it's _Maximus_Men's Ministry _network. And there's also, you can also register there through the link in bio. Beautiful. So and you can see a whole bunch of reels and some of the stuff that men's groups are doing across the Archdiocese of Sydney as well. Yeah.
Awesome. And we'll also add those handles in the description. All right. Michael, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure for coming on. Thank you very much for having me.
What I'll do, just the final thing, is I forgot to mention this to you before, so sorry to put you on the spot, but if you're able to, we have all our guests sign our Against the Grain canvas. Mm-hmm. So it's just your signature, name, and whatever it is, favorite Bible verse or a quote, like a saint's quote, or any message that you have, anything at all. Is that okay to do?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. I'll bring the canvas to you.
Okay.
Oh. We've been sitting for a long time, and that was really hard to get up. So I'll give that to you, and then I'll also pass you the...
How do I angle this to...
however you like, really. It's up to you. How you're comfortable writing, wherever you want. You can put it down on the floor, whatever you want.
This is a new thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You do a signature, right? Okay, signature first.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter which order. That's a good signature, though. Mm-hmm. And what I will say while you're doing that, throughout this podcast, I've heard many listeners screaming at the screen with what if, and what if this, and what if it's this scenario, and what about my case of this? And well, you can't say that generally because my situation is this. We are, every time we speak on the podcast, and anytime anyone speaks, it's impossible to address everyone's individual circumstances. So please do understand that we do speak generally in most cases. And Michael's mentioned it a million times already on the podcast, is that people's, people have different situations.
A bit unsymmetrical, but
No, it doesn't matter. There are, different, thank you so much. Different situations
I don't know the actual scriptural reference like a good Catholic, but I put
It's
it there.
okay. What have you gone with here? So, as iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another.
That's it.
Thank you very much. And I mean, it seems kind of self-explanatory as to why you've put that down, but
Yeah.
do you want to give a brief explanation of
Well,
why?
I suppose it's one of the aspects of my life that I'm trying to bring awareness to and promote at work. But these, like I was saying to Sarah just as I arrived, that working in ministry is not it's not disintegrated from the rest of your life. Like what you do outside of work, what I do outside of work is still connected and a big part of what I do at work, given that it's for the glory of God. And so it's something that and now I've inherited, I'm the custodian of men's ministry in the Archdiocese. And so it's a reminder to me as to what God is calling me to do in my life at this moment. And so that's to remind me that to call men, in the men's ministry space, but also marriages as well, that, we're using this specific in men's ministry, but it's also referring to mankind. So, we all sharpen each other in faith. So it fits more broadly too in my role in life, marriage and family.
Awesome. Michael, we've got the surname here, Jaksic.
That's right.
Is that right?
Didn't put the accents on the
that's
S and the C, but yeah.
That's all right. We'll know. I'll remember. Don't worry. Michael, again, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for being so open, so vulnerable, so humble, everything. So knowledgeable
Wow.
and so articulate. Honestly, this has been one of my favorite conversations that we've had on the podcast.
Wow,
I really appreciate you coming on.
It's a pleasure.
taking the
It's a
time.
pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Oh.
Well, we'll end as we always do the podcast with a reminder to everyone listening that our life is not our own. We belong to Jesus Christ. So don't be afraid to go against the grain. God bless.